TCH Social, we're trying to expand and give a slightly more elevated experience. We wanted to have, the full bar, full restaurant experience. I think one of the things that has been lacking in some of our other locations is, provide, top quality food. And
Justin Richardson, I'm the corporate chef with Texas Card House.
Chef Justin, since he came on, has really helped us hone in on what our guests are really looking for.
The sweetness from the strawberry contrasts with the beautiful saltiness from the bacon.
I wanted to take something that was easy, flexible, and convenient for our players to enjoy so that they can continue playing, make it a little bit more of a homey, loungy, comforting environment versus your average poker house.
Yep. Chef Justin, how's it going?
Good, how are y'all? How was the game?
Oh, it was great. Awesome. Man, we just did a tasting and it could not have been better.
So we came at the new menu with the approach of what do they already love? What do the guests already
$100 high hands are back. $20,000 in total payouts. Every 15 minutes this Thursday and Friday from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Only at the Premier Poker Experience in Austin. TCH Social.
You do a 4-card and
What's going on, everybody? TCH Live. It's Tuesday. I'm hanging out with my buddy RJ Dupree over there in Dallas. What's going on? I'm Aaron McAvoy. How's it going tonight, buddy?
Good, buddy. How are you? Good to see you, Aaron.
I'm doing fantastic. So Eric not with us this evening, so it's going to be the Aaron and RJ show here for the first 4 hours, and then I think I'm just going to let you handle the rest of it. But
All
yeah,
right.
It's going to be a nice show. Really looking forward to it. We got 10 1/4 here tonight, so should see a lot of chips flying. And we got a couple of new faces here to the stream, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Deuce never loses. They're a bonus.
Starting off with our usual PLO flip, as looks like we've got the Nizzles, the old Queen 10 here for the King High straight. Going to take it here in the 5 seat, it looks like. So we'll take a peek around the table, see who we're working with here this evening. As we got Zinc here in the chat. What's going on, man? Welcome to the stream.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, a couple new faces, it looks like. And we were just mentioning in the production room that this group, a lot of these guys have played here before with a couple of new faces, but most of them that have played here before haven't really played with each other. So this will be a fun game tonight to see how the guys interact and see how the chips fly for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing JC T1000 play over the 8 seat, local grinder from down here in the Austin area. Of course, we got Benham, we got John, we got 3 Coin over there in the 2 seat. And a lot of players here sporting the 3 Coin gear, so really digging deep on the 3 Coin vibe here tonight. Love to see it.
Love to see it. I think Mr. 3 Coin himself brought some swag there for the guys before the game got kicked off, and everybody was cashing in on that for sure. Queens out the gate.
Yeah, Benham over there really sporting the goods as he's got the hat and the sweatshirt.
Got the full package. Now, we've seen Doc Hollywood be pretty active in some of these Tuesday night games, and he's getting a hand here in just the second hand to 3-bet to 250. Low jack with the queens.
If you'll just set it right there and give me just a minute, and I'll get you. I'm gonna get change. Oh, you got change by chance?
Couple of spicy continues here, the Ace-6 and the King 10. 3 Coin does flop top pair, top kicker here, but well behind the queens with the Queen of Hearts. AJ here with a whole lot of squadouche. He's out of the way. Doc Hollywood here should be feeling really good about this lead from 3 Coin. And he's going to min-click it up here. Just going to sort of tickle the pot a little bit. These players working with 2,700 effective before that min-click raise from Doc. And 3 Coin's going to raise it back, makes it 1,200. And yeah, I think if you're Doc, it doesn't even really matter if your opponent has somehow flopped a set or even a straight. The queens here with the Queen of Hearts, just simply too strong. Probably just stuff it all in there and see what happens. But it looks like maybe he's just going to call and sort of see a turn first, as I can't imagine he's going to fold for the remaining 1,500 he's working with. 7 of spades on the turn, though. And 3 Coin checks. Doc quickly checking it back. board pairs the bottom card, the deuce, and now 3-coin here. What does he beat? What does he get value from? He checks. And wow, Doc there perhaps with an opportunity to get the full dub if he just stuffs it in and 3-coin calls it off, but instead he's gonna win the 3,200 in the middle and no more.
Yeah, very interesting there as Doc was really peeking at that showdown, trying to figure out what in the world 3-coin had there. It's almost as if he thought he lost the hand, but
He's gonna go for it.
2 pair sixes and deuces for 3-coin, 2 pair queens and deuces for Hollywood.
Yeah, so one thing I'll say is that, you know, we've had a pretty good opportunity to see 3-coin play here on the TCH live stream out of Dallas.
Is that allowed for him to get queens first?
You know, that man is here to gamble. He's here to have a good time, apply pressure, and whenever he thinks he's got a good hand, you know, he's going to put chips in. So, you know, he's betting into a big, you know, a strong range there, then 3-bets the flop even. I mean, it's sort of understandable that Doc Hollywood is a little bit concerned about what he's up against. But I do think that the, you know, 3-bet flop into check turn line really doesn't scream anything big, right? It's like, wait a minute, if you actually had the ace-high flush, why would you slow down, and why would you even 3-bet the ace-high flush to begin with, right? Like, all of the things just don't really make sense there, so I think the queens should feel pretty good about themselves, but understandable to just sort of check the showdown as well.
50 a person? Yeah, 7 deuces on after this.
And of course, that video that started our show tonight was talking about the $500 high hands in Austin. We kind of got cut off there, but every 15 minutes on Thursdays and Fridays from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m., $500 high hands in Austin. So that is going to be crucial. Big time parties down there in Austin at the new club. Thursday and Friday, 3 to 8, $500 high hands.
Dude, you love to see it. So many fantastic, you know, little giveaways and promotions, things for the players to enjoy.
And they're doing that bad boy right there every 15 minutes. You don't see that every often.
No, absolutely not. Benham here going to take this one down with the ace-high on the flop. And, you know, speaking of things happening here at the Austin location, let's not forget we got the Trailblazer Tour coming here with $2 million in guaranteed poker tournaments. That is less than a month away, October 16th through the 28th. The inaugural Trailblazer Poker Tour stop here at TCH Social in Austin. Cannot wait for that event, or series of events. And yeah, just really excited to
there we
have
go, the
that
first,
coming to town.
First of the Trailblazer series. I'm ready for it. Hopefully I can blaze a trail down there to Austin and stack some chippies myself.
Hell yeah. Got to make that happen. Doc Hollywood here, he's going to try to blaze some chips into his stack here. He's got the ace-jack under the gun, going to make it 3x to go. And JC here, going to play his first hand as a 3-bet with the Jack Dewey here. The players did just announce that they are going to be doing a 7-deuce game for, I think they said 100 ahead.
There we go. Yeah, this is a fun bunch. I bet they'll play some games. They'll get some knit buttons going and some 7-deuce and stuff like that.
Old 4-bet here from Reed in the cutoff with the ace-deuce of hearts. And already we are seeing some fantastic plays here. Doc Hollywood, back to him. He's just opened under the gun, gotten 3-bet and 4-bet. Ace-jack shrivels up like a raisin.
Now, Doc Hollywood's not used to not being the most ornery guy at the table here, so we've seen this cold 4-bet here from Reed. We've seen 3-coin get after Hollywood a little bit, so we'll see. It'll be fun to see how Hollywood reacts when he's not the most chaotic player at the table.
Randy, I'm going to pull this up a little closer to us.
Please do. Let me get out my
No, you're fine, dude. I saw the real estate I need right here.
Yeah, if you knew that your opponents were going to be doing stuff like this with these sorts of hands, then ace-jack would perhaps feel a little bit more inviting as a 5-bet jam. But even then, ace-jack here, I think, just has sort of the wrong properties.
There you go.
To do anything other than fold, and Reet is going to get this one through. our first spicy play out of a couple of players here. Love to see it.
Doing that, I would have definitely.
Yeah, Hollywood agrees with you. Finds a way to take the train there for ace-jack. Puts it in the muck, and on to the next one we go.
Close, very close.
Some fun folks here in the TCH Dallas chat. Handsome Andy saying hello. And Doug R. Hello, Doug. I've been spotted from Doug. He says, RJ, you dealt me a cooler today. I apologize about that, Doug. But yeah, there was definitely some coolers being handed out today.
I didn't feel it.
Texas Card House, Dallas, and Las Colinas for sure.
But if you feel it, for sure.
I always think it's interesting. So I've been in the sort of the poker sphere for quite a while, but I've never been a dealer. And so I can only imagine that some days, you know, you just get some real crusty folks that are running bad that give you a super hard time. Of course, whether they're running bad or playing bad, right? Like giving you a hard time as a dealer, that's got to be a very interesting experience. And
generally, it's not. Most of the time, it's not genuine, right? Most of the time, it's not personal. But yeah, our friends come and go pretty fast. Sometimes, that is for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, some people just, you know, get real grumbly. I've been known to grumble a time or two in my life as well, but usually not directed at the dealer. But I have seen some people just truly go off on the dealer, and that is, of course, unacceptable when it becomes personal.
Yes, there's
very aggressive.
There has definitely been a few folks out there that are beyond the line, nowhere near the line, and should not behave that way. But for the most part, it's all in good fun.
Had that brand for about 25 years.
Yes, Doug R. I think this is Fireman Doug, if I remember correctly, right? I'm thinking that's who that is. Table 11. Yeah, it's got to be.
So interesting here on the flop. We got an open from Reet in the hijack. Doc Hollywood defends from the straddle, then leads the flop with the gut shot. Reet floats, turns a gut shot of his own, and ace high is just good at the moment. He's going to bet 650 here for just about full pot on the turn, applying max pressure to Doc's donking range, and that is going to be a quick fold from the 6-high. Reet here playing with enthusiasm, winning a couple of hands to start things off, and sitting in second place here after hand number 6 of Hold'em.
I was gonna make it 2.
Here we go. We have yet to make it one lap of the button, and these guys are already splashing it up pretty good. We've seen some intense plays out of a pair of 6s and some ace high battle of the gut shots already. So these guys are going to be firing tonight.
I don't want it to be blind raise.
JC ensuring that his $100 is in fact treated as a straddle, which it is. Folds to AJ in the small blind. He's going to limp the queen jack. And Benham waking up with the ace king here in the initial straddle. And make it 400 to go. JC now with the 9-7. He's going to have to ditch that $100. And now we'll see if AJ wants to continue out of position after limping the 100. It's a pretty uncomfortable spot to be in. Most of the time, that's why you sort of try not to do any limping, is that if you go for the limp and the call, your hand is just super capped. And he is live, but behind, and now way, way, way behind.
Ace king lands for Benham. That's how you draw it up right there. Just get ace king in the straddle, fire it up, and land that bad boy.
That's right. Fire it up and land it. That's, for some reason, that just reminded me. Did you ever play on NES, Top Gun?
Man, not very often if I did. I feel like I did as a little kid, but I'm not sure how well I recall it.
Yeah, because I know that you and I are of the older generation where NES was like a part of our childhood. And maybe somebody in the chat will commiserate with me on this one, but Top Gun, in between each stage, you had to land the fighter on the carrier, and it was like the most aggravating thing. Like you could survive the stage and like shoot down all the missiles, shoot down all the planes, and then you have to land it on the carrier, and it's like just most infuriating thing when you would crash the plane at the end and lose a life.
Yeah, you could beat the level like 7-8 times before you could figure out how to land it.
Absolutely. There was a really good
I do recall that.
Like
angry video game nerd. I don't know if anybody knows that. I'm kind of going off on a tangent here about old NES games, but he did a pretty funny episode about
Which means if I take my contacts out, y'all are a blur. Like I'm almost blind. Yeah. Close. Yeah.
All right, here we go. On to the next hand, number 8. We got a raise to 150 from AJ with the AJ suited. Doc Hollywood, JC, and likely 3-coin in there. But no, 3-coin decides not to just call. He is going to make a tiny little raise to 350.
Little bump.
Yeah, he's going to just like reopen the pot for AJ to clear out all the riffraff here. Okay, but is AJ going to make this too small to actually clear them out?
My range is like that wide.
Okay, well, I thought he somehow only grabbed like 700 here, but it looks like he's going to make it 950.
He's going to open it up a bit.
950?
Yeah.
Now Doc Hollywood here is out of the way. Back over to 3-coin, and I'm not sure if this is sort of what he was hoping for, or...
What you started, Randy?
I don't think I'm disappointed in it either.
Good.
Randy says he's not disappointed in it. Let's go.
King 3 offsuit up against the Ace-Jack suited, and wow, it's a flopped flush draw for AJ, but a middle pair of 3s for 3-coin is, in fact, just the best hand at the moment. He's going to check it over, and now AJ on the button. Effective stack here is 3-coin with basically pot behind, and AJ is going to wager 600 here, it looks like. Sort of interesting. A lot of times, yeah, and we must have the stack sizes wrong here. It says 2,400, but it looks like 3-coin has got 2 of those 1K chips and a pile of other stuff behind. So he's not the effective stack at 2,400. We've got a little bit more than that going on. In any case, it is going to be back over to AJ after the check raise here from 3-coin, and I think with the Ace-Jack of spades here, we're just going to have to launch this in and sort of hope for the best. But
all in. The rip's made.
Shui Wen says Seed 8 is a legend from another Texas card room. Yeah, absolutely. T1000.
There we go. Now it's on.
JC. Fantastic player. Happy to have him here. Yeah, all in and a call. 3-coin is ahead. Has the King of Spades blocking some of AJ's outs, but any pair is good for AJ as well. And there it is immediately on the turn. And Brick City down the line. It's going to be one time for all the glory. AJ going to take it down with the turn top pair.
One time. Real poker on this one. I like it.
Yeah, so we're going to do a little bookkeeping here. I'm pretty sure that 3-coin is covered even if he's got another 1,000 or so on top of what the screen shows there. So AJ here is going to perhaps have a little bit of a problem with his stack size here going forward, but nonetheless, he is going to nearly double up and set the new high water mark.
Yeah, this is okay.
There we go, up to 117 viewers now. It looks like some of our social media friends are coming in now. Of course, knowing the 8 seed of the 1 seed, and of course 3-coin. Some of these guys do a great job with their social media markets, and it's good to see you all checking in here. Already up to 117 viewers.
8 is adding 5K.
So while we get the add-on here for 3-coin and all the chips shipped over to AJ. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the upcoming tournament action coming
Let's
to
do
Dallas.
it.
We got the even bigger one, 250K guaranteed tournament kicking off tomorrow, day one flights at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. between Wednesday, that's tomorrow, up there at TCH Dallas and Las Colinas. Well, I guess it's all being played at Texas Card House, but if you'd like to play at Las Colinas, cruise on down the road and get in this tournament. First day flights running through Saturday, day 2 on Sunday, and the final table is going to be Monday evening.
I'll see you there. I'll be doing the final table Monday evening of that $250,000 guarantee. One of the best monthly tournaments you can find in the state of Texas, possibly in the country, right here at Texas Card House, Dallas.
Absolutely. To be able to see a 300K guarantee and absolutely blasting that guarantee each and every month. You know, $250 buy-in for a 300K guarantee that runs monthly. That is absolutely bonkers, and man, what a joy it is to have good tournament poker regularly.
Right?
Just like right in your backyard.
Oh shit. What are you playing, right? Queen 3, Queen Deuce, King Deuce.
All right, remember the 7 deuce game is on. Benham here going to put in the 3-bet up to 750, so a big chunky raise. It is for $100 ahead.
Might find a good spot here for it.
Nice.
60% to win the hand. You know?
I almost called you.
Or was it 50? Excuse me, I guess it was 50 ahead. That makes a little bit more sense. 100 is kind of a lot, so it's going to be 50 a person. Still a tidy little sum there, profiting 400 in addition to scooping the pot.
There you go. That ain't no skinny rabbit. $400, pretty good 7 deuce game right there.
Yeah.
Rebel Poker in the chat. He says he's prepared to play event 1 of the Austin Stop for the Trailblazer Series, the inaugural event at the inaugural series. Very nice.
One of my favorite. I love that hand. I love it.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and pull that QR code up here and scan it as perhaps we've got.
I was watching tapes on you last night.
Now,
there we go. I heard a rumor that we do. Yes, I heard a rumor that the schedule is up.
I was studying.
You probably forget what you know.
Aha! The page populates with a schedule. Let's go.
I watched you make some moves, get the best hands out.
Oh, wow. We've got some fantastic stuff in here. We've got ourselves a Deuce to 7 single draw tournament. Yes, my life is complete.
There you go. I'm going to have to send some of my buddies down for that one, but yeah, I like it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well,
$1 million guarantee, $800 buy-in main event. That is unbelievable value.
I need some help.
Woo!
Thank you.
All right, 3 players to this flop, 2-tone 10-high board. Pocket 6s for AJ, still the best hand. Benham in there with effective 3rd pair on the 3s. Gonna make the call. Back over to David here, 2 overs, 3 to a straight flush, and closing the action. I think I'm gonna float this every day of the week. David agrees, makes the call, and all 3 players will see a turn. About 1,600 in the middle. And there is a queen now on the turn. Top pair for David. And he's going to lead straight out into this. Not giving his opponents an opportunity to check to a free river. Presumably just sort of a good enough hand that he's willing to play for all of it if he gets raised, but no one will do so, and David will take it down.
Says he got him. Got the flat with those 2 overs, and bingo bango on the turns what he got to do, so very nice.
I couldn't show 7 deuce in that instance right out of the gate anyway. It wasn't worth the $50.
But not very much.
AJ, the big leader so far, 3.1 thousand in the green.
7 deuce is more fun heads up when you get somebody.
Yeah, and I think that is even a little bit low, right? Because he stacked 3 coin for what looked like to be a little bit more than what he actually had. I could be wrong about that, of course, but looked like he got stacked for a little bit more. than what was shown on screen.
Yeah, it looks like a little over 6K in his stack. If I'm getting a good peek at that.
He's got 3 1Ks and then 2 full barrels of black. So that's 7 just in the black and the blue.
Ooh, okay, yeah, so he's got it cooking. Oh, yeah, I didn't even see the disc, duh. Those discs are a big deal.
Yeah, then he's got another like 8K if you count the blacks he's shuffling, plus 2 full barrels of green. I think he's on 1,000 more than what his stack shows. Maybe even 1,500 more, actually. I think it's even 1,500 more. In any case, he's got the most chips at the table, and it's off to a hot start. Whole lot of diamonds represented here. No diamonds on board, but it is top pair queen kicking for Brass Monkey.
Pretty good flop for AJ.
Yeah, he's going to raise this up with what he suspects is going to be the best hand, but AJ has drilled this with the super nizzles.
There we go. See if AJ can keep this run good going here coming out the gates.
AJ just calls, and this is a bit of a dangerous road he's going down. Not check raising the 7-5.
What is that turn? I can see its paint.
Excuse me, I guess it wouldn't even be a check raise, just a bet and a re-raise as he is going to check to him now. No, 550, excuse me, from Brass Monkey.
Be running good now because the other
and kind of similar to that last hand, the over hits the turn and the person with the best hand bets it, and the over kind of scares everybody off.
Yeah, but AJ there, he does get the additional 550. Perhaps the 3-bet on the flop actually just gets the fold, but I don't know. There are quite a few cards in the deck that come on the turn where it sort of kills your action, and you're just like, wait a minute, my straight is now, definitely not the nuts anymore. So a little bit unorthodox, perhaps, to just play that as 2 bets on the flop with the flop straight, but does get the extra 550, wins the hand nonetheless, and chips up even further.
Good with drinks?
Well, I screwed up. Yeah, just remind me next time. Sorry, I was talking.
Yeah, and really that card was an example of a card that could kill his action, but got the 550 out of it anyway.
Jay with a fantastic comment here in the chat. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate your positive energy. If you have any suggestions for what you would like to see, that would always be appreciated. Happy to have everybody tuning in here on TCH Live on this fine Tuesday evening.
Reed here, 3 bets to 500. I'll help Jay read that.
It's like kind of half euro, half their own.
And we got a call.
JC out-flopping Reed, who had him dominated pre. Still going to be 2 overcards here for Reed. And with the betting lead going to continue for 2/3 pot.
Gotta love that 9-high flop when you have ace-9 in the cutoff.
Yeah, it's a big bet here from Reed. So Reed gets to do this with all of his overpairs and sort of some of his junky stuff like this, just to kind of apply a lot of pressure to JC's sort of typically kind of middling strength hands that he's going to have. But JC not going anywhere with the top here, and no improvement, no additional equity on the turn for Reed. It'll be interesting to see if he keeps the foot on the gas or if he decides okay, I'm just on a full-blown nothing burger now. Time to let this one go. Does pick up the king here on the turn. He's going to have some sort of king queens and things of that nature that will have picked up top pair, so he's going to continue barreling. 1,700 is the wager.
Gas pedal indeed.
And an interesting size here. Reet is basically saying, I'm going big now so that, you know, kind of price some of your draws out. But really, if you call, I'm not going to have enough on the river to sort of push you out of the spot. I mean, if JC calls here, he's going to have somewhere, I guess it's a little over half pot, so I guess he does still have some fold equity. But
still about to hit there?
interesting spot here for JC, definitely.
Yeah, I hope we continue to get these overs on the turn here. The poker's the best when these overs hit the turn, whether they have it or not.
JC makes the call. Stack to pot ratio just about 1/2, and there's a queen of spades. Front door spades comes in. All sorts of junk like Jack 10 and stuff gets there. Reet is just super done with this one. JC is going to get to showdown the best of it unless he wants to try to get Reet to somehow fold a queen and go all in here. Something like Queen Jack that just like barrels and is now just like, oh, I guess I have a pair of queens. I guess I've got some showdown, can check. JC could potentially apply pressure to that, but he doesn't have a spade. And his hand is, I don't know, super borderline for showdown value. Interesting spot for sure.
Yeah, right. Do you think at all your opponent has a hand like tens or jacks, checking to the spade?
JC gonna check his cards one more time. One thing about JC is that he's a very deliberate player, definitely takes his time thinking things through. He hears ace high announced, but he's like, I'm, you know, gonna need to see.
Check, check, and showdown we go.
Nice dodges.
Well played there by JC. He was definitely thinking about whether or not there was a hand class that beat him that he could get to fold by jamming the river.
Right, yeah, the queen and the tens and the jacks.
Yeah, it's unlikely that they would take that line betting so heavily.
Yeah, I would agree.
Flop certainly, but turn king. The king is definitely not that scary of a card for tens or jacks because you shouldn't just be like floating king queen and such to the big bet on the flop. So you definitely could continue.
Me personally, I thought
betting,
he had
but
king
that
three of
size
spades because that's
perhaps a little
normally
bit
what you have in that situation.
suspect.
Yeah, king three
I
of
don't know,
spades, a big
interesting.
spade.
Just really love that hand.
No, I mean, I'm saying usually when I play against him, he has king three of spades and big spade there.
Yeah, so now we've made it about one lap of the button. 11 hands into this, and we have seen quite a few intriguing plays, fascinating hands. So these guys are going to put on a show for us. I'm looking forward to it.
Right, and I'm seeing some gambling happening here in these streets, in the chat streets.
Venom knows what to do with ace king.
Older folks.
I think there's more to it than that, my brother.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And it brings along the whole crew. Couple hearts for that ace king.
No, lose one. Wow, pretty spicy board we've got here.
Yes.
Overs and a flush draw for Benham. Effective second pair for JC. Brass monkey up and down. David even calling with the bottom pair of threes. And bingo, it's another 3 on the turn, and that's why you stick around closing the action with your dust, because you can always get there. And no one's going to see it coming.
Always nice to close the action.
Ooh, a free shot at the straight and the flush, though, for two of those players. And David here is now going to try to get some value, but all of the draws have missed.
Goes for a bunch of it. Yeah, this pot kind of got crazy on the turn. Instead, everybody whiffs.
They believe me.
Let's see that wide range.
Dude. Oh my God. I need a different table, please.
David asked, does anybody know if Jack 10 suited is a free bet there sometime? Yeah, I mean, I think you can pretty much take any of those Broadway combinations and free bet them at some frequency. Especially with the open and the flat in between, there's really, you know, a lot of hands that you can do that sort of thing.
Yeah, you'd have crushed me.
Jack 10. Certainly one that goes both ways. You'd love to see a flop in position. You can also do some aggressive pre-flop action with it.
Bringing a pair to the game. You're trying to bring both to the game, sir. I'm just trying to make a pair. Yes. Trying to make a pair too. Yeah. Yeah. True story.
All right, Doc Hollywood here. It's his turn with the 7 Dewey. Let's see if he can pick up the extra 50 ahead.
Raise 475.
El Martillo, the hammer.
Wow, that's a big open. Poker Monkey in the chat. What's up, man? Welcome.
475. That boy dog. He ain't fucking around.
AJ knows what's coming.
Same here, it was obvious.
Very nice.
I was like,
AJ says, I'll give you 50 bucks as I'm folding because this got 7 deuce written all over it.
Oh, AJ, he knows which way the wind is blowing, but he couldn't do anything with the 6-4-0 there.
I jam, you have to call, and he goes, deuce, deuce.
Oh, yeah. I would have hit the deuce or something.
Oh man, the 7 deuce game is so fun. You start to see stuff like that where they just like open to 9x or whatever, and you're like, wait a minute, that's got to be 7 deuce. But if you're being, you know, if you're being cheeky, you start doing weird stuff like that with your best hands too, because people are going to think that you always have 7 deuce in those spots, and then you can get a lot of money in pre-flop with your big hands too. So very interesting dynamic with the 7 deuce, seeing how people sort of navigate it.
You could start turning it into a play money online game just by bumping it up with those 7 deuce bets a little bit, and everything gets crazy.
All right, open a 3 bet here.
Big slick again.
I feel like if you just run decent,
Doc makes the call. He's going to play this one out of position with a dominated ace and both players with top pair. 3 to a straight, through to a flush for Doc, and he is going to go ahead and lead out here. 500 to go. Brass Monkey here will be pretty pleased about that. Just makes the call, though. And with not a lot of depth here, stack pot ratio just over 1, as Brass Monkey here has sort of dwindled down a little bit. We're going to go check on the turn, and it's a king on the river now. Top 2 for Brass Monkey, and Doc Hollywood, his 6th kicker, is playing, and he's probably not going to feel too great about that, but it looks like he may be going for a smidge of value here on the end.
Ooh, big smidge.
Half pot with top pair, no kicker from Doc Hollywood. Yeah, easy ship from Brass Monkey, and now if you're Doc, you're like, oh, that's probably not a good sign.
Just happened to run into it, I guess.
I do. Well, the gentleman runs a private game, asked me if I'd come out to play. I said, yeah, I'd like to see
Yeah, now he's in that stinker of a spot where it's 1,400 more bucks for this pot that's ballooned up more than 5,000 now.
It's a good fold, though, from Doc. You got to ask yourself, like, is my opponent ever bluffing here? The answer is just no.
No.
As soon as you say the answer here is always no, then does ace-6 ever beat any of his value? The answer to that is also no, so you just got to let that go.
Yep, good job saving the 1,200 bucks there.
When you have so many customers, it doesn't matter.
On to the next
You know
one.
what I'm saying?
Doc going to add on another couple thousand, and with that, let's go ahead and remind y'all that until the end of the month here, you can buy 9, get 1 free at both TCH Social in Las Colinas and Texas Card House Dallas. That's ours. Buy 9 hours, get 1 hour free, and once per day per room. So you can do that a couple of times a day if you want. Must be present purchase all the way up until the end of the month.
So next time.
Yeah.
They're gonna bring the buttons out for you guys. So what are we playing?
I'm getting paid for sure.
Next time.
Once I start getting kind of cards.
Yeah, we've had a lot of players taking advantage of that special you just mentioned. As I'm sitting here playing with my headset and causing a mess. This will be a fun hand. 3 coins got a premium.
800, and 4 and 4.
Like splash pots?
Yeah, 4 splash pots. Yeah.
And he's just going to limp it.
I don't think he heard me.
Well, it doesn't really matter because David here next to Act is going to go ahead and step in it himself with the ace-3. Raises it up 3 1/4. Doc makes the call, and now it's going to come back to 3 coin. Now let's see what sort of intentions he's got. A whole lot more in his stack than what we see on screen there. It looks like he's got more to the tune of maybe 7,000, 8,000 over there.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Pretty good in everybody else's
And he's
favor
just
so
going to
far.
flat here.
Oh,
Getting a little creative.
absolutely is, and in his mind screaming, no ace, no ace, no ace. Doesn't get one, gets a couple of ladies and a 6. Nobody pairs outside of the queens on board. 1,100 in the middle, Doc checks, 3 coin checks. And I see all the nit buttons out there, so it looks like they are playing the nit game for this hand. We'll get that updated in the system for the next hand, but it's going to be a continuation bet here from David for 525.
Not very much.
Now 3 coins ready to give it a lean over there and see what's in that stack for David. 3 coin rips it all in. It says 25-40, but we know that's probably not accurate here.
Yeah, David just going to do a little bit of Hollywooding here as his hand is never a call. He will let this go. And gets shown the kings. 3 coin there, getting real tricky. All right, absolutely. Looking forward to it, Poker Monkey. We'll see you when you make it down here. The new location here in Austin is absolutely gorgeous. The food is amazing. The drinks are flowing. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you down here. Yumi says, is it double on ladies like on Thursdays? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe there's ladies' night up in Dallas or something.
Yes, Texas
Sorry,
Card
I'm down
House
here.
Dallas has ladies' night on Thursday night. Those specials are still running through September to go along with the aforementioned specials. So yeah, ladies' night still Thursday night. We'll see you here, Yumi. Those are definitely still going on.
Perfect.
$100.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, while you're in the room, especially this Thursday, as well as the rest of the weeks or days this week, we got the first flights for the even bigger ones starting tomorrow, running through the weekend. Day 2 Sunday, day 3 with final table Monday evening. Fantastic value there. $300 buy-in, $250K guaranteed.
Whoever wants a chance to get that.
All right, so Nit Game is on. Let's see if... Okay, I guess it wasn't on for that hand because...
Okay,
still has his button. So they just tossed him out there 1 hand early. Now the Nit Game is in effect.
I'm ready for it. Now, I love the Nit
I'll
game.
let you be the dealer. I'm hard enough to play cards.
Did you study math in college ever?
A bunch of stuff like that.
Yeah.
College.
All right, raise to 150 and a bunch of calling. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. Ace high rainbow.
Bet 200.
Top pair 9 kicking for 3 coin. Far and away the best of it.
Nutter gutter here for Reet. Enough for Reet to lead out, 200 bucks. And I believe 3 coin is on hat number 2 already for the evening. It's always fun.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's always fun to see how many hats he has.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He's got usually a whole bag of them, I presume.
Spade, spade. Always fun to see these kinds of hands when the board goes running, no help to anyone, and kind of see what happens.
I'm real proud of these cards.
Little tickle bet here on the end. 1/5 pot from 3 coin. He's going to get called by JC, so nice little value bet there on the end.
Oh, we already got him.
Pair of aces.
And gets rid of the knit button. So knit game is underway.
Where are you from, Randy?
East Texas, Henderson. Well, I say I'm from Carlisle, because in Carlisle is about population 300. I'm a top 10 player in Carlisle. Henderson, I get to the top 40%. 10,000.
Top 10 player in Carlisle out there in East Texas.
You've been out in LA a bunch.
I have. I'm really enjoying it out there. But,
yeah, they got great action.
They do. And that casino is very friendly. International poker. Yeah, it's not in a great location, but they sure treat you well.
Yeah, I played it once, and I agree. The stream was great. Location, surrounding area, not so great.
Close to LAX.
Raise 150.
So I'm flying into Burbank in November. Is there anything near there?
Oh, everything.
Oh, everything? Okay, cool.
I love Burbank.
Okay.
You're in between Hollywood.
Okay, we're out there for a tax 401k thing.
It's relatively close to downtown.
Okay.
Our very own West Coast legend now in 3 coin. Hollywood
That's why I'm
Traveler.
going JSX. I flew JSX for the first time to Vegas last week.
King 7 for Brass Monkey lands the best of it.
The only thing they've been stopping in Denver on that flight.
Yeah.
John with the pre-flop lead does flop a gutter. He's going to continue.
And I'm going to fly JSX to Vegas
It's
and
like-
back from Vegas.
We went coming back from
Just
Vegas.
a call from Brass
We were on
Monkey.
the way to the
Not
airport. We
gonna
were going to
get
get there. Our flight's at 4:45. We were going to get there
after
at
it with
4:20.
a raise.
My mom's husband left his cell phone back at the Airbnb. We drove back, came back. We got there at 4:32. Went there. They said, "Okay, here, good. Here's your deal. Go sit down. We'll call you." I'm like, "We're 15 minutes before the flight, and no hassles."
And they're nice.
Yeah, so they're nice.
And they don't mind if you carry money on.
Nope.
They don't question it.
They don't give a shit.
Bluff draw and a gut shot here for
Well,
John,
nowadays you gotta
betting
worry
the
because
turn,
if you go through a
and
regular airport and they
it's
see that money,
another 9 on
they're
the
gonna
end.
flag
Should
you.
feel pretty good here for Brass Monkey.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
for another check call if need be. See
Yeah.
if John fires off another round.
Yeah.
But everything they want is really.
Yeah.
Tie it up.
There it
just
is,
tie it up.
1,000, just about
Yeah,
2/3
they'll make
pot.
it's ridiculous what they can do with
And
it.
Brass Monkey makes the call, gets the good news.
They can tie it
You're
up for a year or
good.
two. And
Good news.
Ship 3,700.
It's not about that. It's just about the
I
principle.
think one of these 47 players over here in the $300 black chip bounty tournament are trolling me because it feels like somebody keeps knocking on the door over here, and I've had to check it like 5 times, and nobody's there. It's very rude.
Getting doorbell ditched at work.
I am getting doorbell dipped.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
But yes, already about 50 players in the $300 black chip bounty tournament here tonight. I feel like this Tuesday night black chip bounty tournament is like as good as a bounty tournament you're going to find anywhere, right? I mean, Tuesday nights here at TCH Dallas, $300 buy-in, black chip $100 bounties.
I hope a whole bunch more.
They'll get 70 players or so, 3,500 up top. You can't beat it.
Yeah. Who cares?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes. It's greatest. Yeah. Yeah, my mom is 78, about to turn 79.
Another 7 deuce sighting here. 3 coin getting after with the 8 deuce. John 3 betting.
Oh,
this the 7 deuce.
I caught on 3 coin trying to do a 3 coin on that one. That will be information for you need.
Brass Monkey makes the call. Reet makes the call. 3 players are going to see a flop. And it is not a good one for 7 deuce, as it's going to be top pair, top kicker for Brass Monkey.
A bit of a premium looking board, not a 7 deuce board.
Whoa, John just stuffs it though?
Get it in there. 2,200 for John.
He's like, if nobody has an ace, they've got to just fold and I'll win and get the bounties. But of course, Brass Monkey has it. And Brass Monkey's like, do you have ace king? I mean, he's over there worried he doesn't even have the best hand. And John here is going to need to go runner, runner.
Runner, runner, basically a punt at this point. And that is not it.
All right, can we at least get like a 4 or a 5? Okay, there's the 4. Gonna need a 5? Oh. All right, well, props to John for going for it.
Yes.
7 deuce, and a nice little punt reception there from Brass Monkey. He's going to take down a nice little 6K pop.
Yeah, and of course we get to see John on several of these Tuesday night streams, and yeah, that's a little little unorthodox for John to just go 7 deuce hammer right there. So that's kind of cool, getting this game spiced up.
I like it though. You know, John, he definitely has sort of, you know, more of a tight image. And so when he jams an ace-high board like that, like, who's going to squint at that with, like, king-jack in their hand and be like, all right, this is probably the spot for me to launch it in there? He probably just gets a lot of folds now.
Yeah, right.
Obviously, the nit game is in effect. The 7 deuce game is in effect. So maybe not, you know, especially when he goes for, like, the almost 2x over bet. It kind of looks like, wait a minute, if you have ace king or something, don't you want to just like do a normal value bet, which is perhaps, you know, something to think about if you're in that spot in the future. You know, SPR2, go for the smaller bet instead of just jamming it when you're on the full-blown nothing burger. But nice little spot there for Brass Monkey as we move along to hand number 22.
Yeah, so we've seen 7 deuce set it up with these massive pot size, 2 times pot size bets, and hopefully we'll get to see some of that later with some real hands to get these pots ballooned up.
I'd welcome the pleasure to be your bank for one time.
I love how Randy just like keeps all of his 1Ks just like in a sort of a mess, like right in front of his card. So it always looks like he's just wasted like $6,000.
Yeah. I like shuffling the 1K chips.
Right, betting a call on the flop. Ace high is still best.
Duck, duck, deuce.
Yeah, I did it for a few months on a
Reet sort of floating the flop just with a couple of live cards. He's not going to get there, and now it's kind of a tough hill to go sledding up here if you're Reet, but he is going to go
Give it
for
a go.
the huge bet. Gets snap called by ace high, and it's like, yeah, I have complete dog shit.
It was vacant. I thought this is the perfect poker house building.
Says I don't think I won.
County. And then it's owned by freaking Red Oak.
I mean, Reet is going to get, you know, some queens to fold with that bet, so you've got to say, you know, is it a good bet? Does he get some better hands to fold? Sure. but it's a
about
very
50
specific
by
hand
200
class
square
that
foot
he's
building.
targeting. It's exactly a queen.
Yeah.
Everything
So
else
10,000
calls, right?
square
Ace
foot.
high
Yeah.
and any
And
pair
then it
to make a
has
full
15
house is
acres.
going to call. So
It's got the lights out there where they had
definitely
RVs, so
barking
that they were lit. The whole parking lot was lit up. And then my vision was that imagine this: if you want to get the WSOP or WPT here, you put
Yeah, our
it
friend
in
Phony
there.
Turgerson checking in the chat says hello, everyone. Have a great day and week. And hit that like and subscribe. Let's spread the word for TCH
Nobody's
Live.
thinking in that term. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Phony. I agree.
Oh, I see. You tell me to put straddle in it. I get. I'm just
Smash and subscribe.
Suckered me in there, right?
Another 7 deuce, this time for AJ.
That's
not because he likes to fish.
Out there in middle position. So we'll see what kind of mood John's in here, as he was the one that opened it. Now he'll be facing the 3-bet. Well, pardon me, Reed's just going to rip it for 3K, so that'll change some things.
Yeah, and now a very interesting spot here for 3Coin, as he's looking at a cold 4-bet all in with the 9s, and a lesser man would probably just shrug and say, all right, that's $25 that goes, you know, into the middle without me defending the farm. But here is 3Coin, and this is not the kind of man who likes to fold a hand like this.
The table holding their chips up like you do, though.
I like to throw money away sometimes.
I know, but I
Definitely
don't know
anything
that
on
do
the
it at this
table
moment,
here, a
'cause then I'm
call,
about
a
to
raise,
go,
a
"Mom,
fold,
know what happened."
all available.
Good luck, guys.
He is still
I was
just
on
going
my
to
card,
let
they
it
said
go,
Uno,
and
so I'm
I'm not going to say I'm surprised, but, you know, I would say that
Sometime, you know?
of all the players at this table who would find the call with that hand, it is likely to be
Yeah.
3Coin.
And 3Coin's going to learn that he was actually in a pretty good spot there.
Well, that's going to be hard to look at the stream on that one.
It is.
Yeah, Reet was up against the wall. Just didn't know it.
It is. I mean, all we've been chopping up is that little bit right there.
Yeah, so that 7 deuce right there, the big 7 deuce 3-bet kind of saved Reet, right?
Saved us a lot, and else.
So that's kind of just another attribute of the 7 deuce game that can spice things up and change these hands, make it very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, definitely playing at these stakes is already not for the faint of heart. And then to come in and play simultaneous 7 deuce and nit game, where you have to realize that not only are there 16 combos of bluffs just added into your opponent's range across every street, but also the fact that people are incentivized to win hands to get rid of their nit buttons, so they're going to be playing at least a few pips wider, if not drastically wider, and we have certainly seen people playing much wider than a few pips. You look down at 9s and someone's cold 4-bet all in for 3K, like, you know, are you just ready to stuff it in there for your $9,000 stack and just be like, yeah, this is the spot, because, like, these guys are going to have bluffs? Wow. I mean, would have been a fantastic spot for 3Coin, of course, but I think we can all still appreciate the spot as a fold.
Yeah.
Why you been quiet down
All right, a whole lot of players going to see a flop, $300 a piece.
Have you been running good, bud? Good.
And Ace Queen High. Gonna drill the gutty here on the turn.
Been learning a lot.
Super nuts for Brass Monkey. Not quite out of the woodwork yet, as Reet does have pair and a flush draw. David and John, of course, drawing dead.
Yeah, it really is.
John not going to know that. He just made top pair, so he's going to put 300 out there to see if he can just sort of thin the herd, maybe get it heads up against someone with a pair and a straight draw. Not to be, as Brass Monkey immediately stomps his foot on the gas, makes it 1,100 to go, and now it's over to Reet with that pair and a flush draw, and this is a pretty uncomfortable spot to be in. You know, if you jam, you're likely to just get called and be behind, and yeah, does he even feel like putting 1,100 in when the pot is reopened for John? He says, no, I like the fold.
Yeah, and really with just one card to go, is it really worth 1/3 of your stack in that spot in general. Always kind of an interesting spot for sure.
Yeah, and you know, if you're closing the action, if it's heads up, if the action, you know, was between 3 players and not 4, right? Like some things start to change a little bit around the edges, but I mean, this is a bet and a raise with 4 players in the hand. You've got to imagine that, you know, your hand has to improve for sure. Pair of 10's never good. And if it improves, you might not even have the best flush draw with 4 players in there. So yeah, you just get rid of it.
And what do you think, Aaron? Somebody was asking me today, what can they learn from watching the quarter game here on Tuesday nights? Just what was the regular 1-2, 1-3, no limit casual player be able to learn from watching this game? What are some things they would look out for, you think?
Well, I think the biggest one is to sort of not play so passively, right? You watch this game and it kind of feels like these guys are just like totally splashing around and getting after it and whatever, with a lot of, you know, raising and re-raising, a lot of 3-bets pre-flop and stuff. And that's true to a certain extent, but what you tend to see at the smaller stakes games is just a lot of limping, you know, single raise pots. You've just got one person opens or even just, you know, starts the limping train and everybody gets on board. And you see flops 6, 7, 8 ways. It's really tough to win pots against that many players. Now, when we have a 3-bet pot called, you know, in 3 ways and 4 players seeing a board, like, this is not typical, I think. You know, in a 1-2 game, if you 3-bet to an appropriate size over an open, you're almost certainly going to thin the field down to heads up or maybe 3 players. Now, obviously, your game could be super splashy and maybe you do get called in 3, 4 ways, but I think the main thing that people can learn is, you know, be more aggressive, raise a little bit more, don't do as much calling, do more 3-betting. That can benefit you a lot. Now, it also, of course, puts you into more challenging spots, which is why people limp so much, is that they get to see flops in small pots and try to make their hand before they commit a lot of chips. And the uncomfortable part of doing more 3-betting is that you're going to whiff a lot of flops with big pots, and now you just got to figure it out. So there are a couple of different things.
Fascinating flop here for this hand as 3-coin 3-bet pre-flop. We get a 10-jack-3 with 2 clubs. Now 2 players have a flush draw, and we're not sure what David has, but he has check-raised this flop.
Start with like 10.
Yeah, it's pretty spicy. I think T1000 here is just trying to sort of isolate against David. He wants to get 3-coin out of there.
It looks like 3-coin just bumped it up some more.
No, he's just going to make the call. He just puts in the 2100, as does David.
Oh, pardon me. Yes, T1000 is the one that bumped it up. Okay, I'm caught up now.
Yeah, and David here, he's on dust. I mean, I don't know what he's got. If he's got ace-jack over there or something, I'm sort of surprised that he didn't just commit at all. Of course, he is going to do so now on the turn. And T1000, he picks up a pair of 9, so now he's got the sort of the bad combo draw here of pair and a flush draw on the turn. Of course, he's not going anywhere. Makes the call.
Let's go.
As does 3-coin. And T1000, between he and 3-coin at least, is looking at
hits.
Oh,
ay, ay, ay.
I was going to say he's looking at making the best of it against 3-coin for the side pot, but no, it's going to be a flush for both players on the end, and there's another 5K to be had here for 3-coin.
How many 1Ks?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to mirror whatever you do. You have my word on that.
Whatever I do.
Whatever you do, I'm going to mirror. And I've got 5,000 maybe.
All right, now I got to think.
You will mirror whatever he does.
It's not biting.
He's a man of his word.
I'm in.
Yeah, it's kind of odd because now you're sort of wondering what happens if I bet 500. Does that mean you call 500? Or does that mean that you
Right.
raise 500? You know, like
A check or a small bet here. All in and a call. Well, that one made it easier. It's easy to mirror that one.
it sure is, and that's a bit of a cooler there for T1000 as he is going to give Randy the full dub, chip down to 2K, and David here, doesn't matter what he's got up under there with the ace of spades.
I do wonder if it's a jack or an ace just for funsies, but I wouldn't think it was an ace with the pre-flop action the way it was, but
Yeah, I presume that was ace jack, right?
yeah.
I'm gonna mirror whatever you do, and he always has the nuts. It's amazing.
Sometimes I don't though.
All right, so we're going to get the full countdown here for Randy as he is going to chip up to a rather incredible $21,550 if the graphics can be trusted. We'll get the full count and the update in just a moment, but Randy here is now going to be far and away the biggest winner and sitting on the largest chip stack.
Thank you guys.
What's his name?
It was just set up right. I got to see that river for free.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything went well for you.
And as we get that all counted down and the money shipped over, one more reminder, a couple of big tournaments that we've got coming at you. The first one starting tomorrow, day one flights, the even bigger one, $250K guaranteed, $300 buy-in. That's going to be running at Texas Card House in Dallas. And then just under a month away, about 3 weeks from now, we've got the $2 million guarantee Trailblazer Poker Tour coming to TCH Social here in Austin. If you haven't been in to check out the room, you haven't seen the fantastic restaurant and bar, you got to come down, check it out, and get in on the action.
Yeah, Texas Card House now up to 2 clubs that they refer to as TCH Social, with the restaurants and the bars, one of which in Las Colinas, one of which in Austin. So a lot of good things going on there. As a matter of fact, let's see. Albert H. in the chat says, how far is the drive from Austin to Dallas? What are we looking at? About 2 hours and 58 minutes. Not that I've ever done it before.
Yeah, it depends on the time of day, depends on what part of town you're going to and from. But yeah, absolutely, it's a decent drive.
Usually right at 3 hours, and of course you can catch some traffic on both ends to screw things up. But
we're playing 4 cards next time, guys. We're stopping. We're not getting the 5th.
Normally about 3 hours is the correct answer.
Yeah. No, I just had ace jack.
Man, I feel like some of these guys are talking super loud in my ears today, but it is more fun that way than when I can't hear them, so that's cool.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know if you have the same little gizmo that I do to adjust your headset audio, but.
Yeah, that's right. I'm on the headset that normally Eric is rocking, so maybe he's deaf.
Could be. All right, so JC T1000, he's adding on another 20K to match up to Randy over there. So he's back in the mix at full capacity. And here we go, 3-bet pot from Reet. Going to get called in 2 spots, and we'll see 3 players take a 10-high board 2-tone. The 10-6 for Reet. Gonna flop best, but he is definitely not out of the woods as AJ here has flopped a massive combo draw, and Doc Hollywood with 2 overs and a gut shot.
Open-ended and nut flush draw, one of my favorite spots to get crazy.
Yeah, AJ gonna take one more peek here. He's like, yeah, this hand is real strong, but at the moment is just ace high. So you see that about 50% of the time he is going to improve to some sort of very strong holding that will win him the pot. And he's going to raise very small here. Very strange. His opponent's stacks are not very deep, though, so it does make some sense that if you're going to raise that you keep it relatively tame, but he'd almost rather get all the money in now.
And it looks
Reet
like he's
is
able
gonna
to
do
do
it.
that here as Reet will rip it.
He built some equity with a lot of good people.
And yeah, with that small check raise, he got Doc Hollywood to call as well. So yeah, I think AJ here just needs to know how much it is before he goes all in himself.
And I believe Doc's stack is going to be similar to Reet's, correct? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, difference of around 700 it looks like.
I can stay slim in the waist, so I'd be pretty in the face.
You see a jack in Doc's hand and a 6 in Reet's hand, so those are two of AJ's outs here, but he still has plenty with the open-ended nut flush draw.
28, 70.
AJ recognizes that Doc, you know, is basically going to be all in. He doesn't need to go all in to just apply that little bit of extra pressure. He knows that if he improves, he's probably going to have the best hand, so he needs to improve to win anything. May as well get another guy in there with some potentially juicy pot building money. But no, Doc is going to head for the exit, and it's Reet versus AJ, statistical coin flip for all the chips.
Same way he is. My eyes aren't.
Well, now that I can see, I guess I can start counting.
Yeah, no, it's still. It's
Needing
like
a
I lose
spade,
the-
6 or jack, and
the
finds the
dimension. Like
6
they
of
feel-
spades. So that'll be the nuts for AJ.
Yeah, pretty tough spot there. Run it one time, and Reet there, he had 2 pair by the end, but 2 pair no good. Reaches into the wall, it pulls out another 3K, 4K perhaps to continue.
There you go. Wait a minute. Oh,
There we go. We're starting to see
I
some
went the wrong way.
reloads and some chip ups and some buy-ins matching the stack. So these guys are starting to get warmed up now here, hour and a half into the stream tonight.
All right, so Doc adding on 2,000. It looks like Reet is rebuying for 3K and gonna try to spin up to 3,000.
So there we go. We've seen some add-ons here for 2K and 3K. And of course, T1000 a while ago, you mentioned that so nonchalantly that he added on 20K, and that those are 20 separate $1,000 discs in the front of his stack. So he is really chipped up and ready to roll.
Yeah, and after a pretty nice start there for Reet, things have kind of gone upside down. He's going to need to claw his way back. Remember, Knit Game is in effect. T1000 here going to defend his straddle against the button open from John. Both these players with knit buttons. Heads up to a flop. As is the usual with the dirty diaper, a whole lot of nothing here for JC. John with an easy C-bet. Gonna take it down.
Nice hand, Joe.
There we go, T1000. One of my favorite screen names now. He had a different name earlier, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, so JC
there we go, yes.
is T1000. Yeah, he kind of goes by T1000 on the stream, of course.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I forgot about them two.
Well, now that we have his name corrected,
I was thinking about
his
my part.
stream screen name is ready to roll, so he should be warmed up, and we can get some stacks flowing over there towards the 8 seat. Because, yeah, it's never fun to go on stream and not have your cool name ready to roll.
Right, man. He's the Terminator, yo.
Exactly.
He does actually look quite a lot like the actor from Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
Got some dusty holdings here, except for Brass Monkey. He wakes up with the ladies.
Whatever you young people do.
They do
Yeah, I thought JC looked a little bit like a Hollywood actor, but I'm like the world's worst when it comes to TV shows, movies, actors, actresses, all that stuff. I'm pretty lame-o. I am not the one to have in your like trivia group at bar
Same
night.
here, I do everything digital. Everything's Zelle, Cash App, or Venmo. I don't do anything else.
They wouldn't let me fucking just buy
Sean White here, looking at the red square on the screen, says that T1000 needs to buy some more time.
Yep. I bet they can get him fixed up there.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be taken care of. All right, $50 straddle on. 3 coin, 7 deuce.
Oh dear.
And it's 50 to call.
Yes.
150.
See some 7 deuce carnage. Just a small raise from 3 coin, 150.
I like that though. You know, you'll see sometimes like what we had earlier with Doc, where you open 9x or something like that with your 7 deuce and just really try to plow it through. You know, standard open size of 7 deuce is, you know, a little bit more disguised. You won't really have people expecting you to have it as much when you just open standard, so makes some sense. Of course, you are going to end up having to play post flop a decent amount of the time, and this is one of those times up against a gut shot and a top pair no kicker. Let's see what kind of resistance he faces.
Got excited when he saw that 7 in the window, but a couple of larger cards come out behind it. 7 is bottom pair.
Yeah, and now it's sort of one of those weird spots where you have some value in your holdings, but it's just rarely good. But do you want to just keep building a pot when your opponent can call, and you have sort of the image of a little bit of a Wild West man? So he's going to continue barreling though, 700, about half pot. Brass Monkey content to just check and call. See if he can get a clean river card. 2,700 in the middle. It's a queen of spades, so front door flush draw misses. Back door flush draw misses. Brass Monkey's kicker is not playing.
1,500.
Bet 1,500.
Now in the uncomfortable position of facing a river bet of 1,500, and Brass Monkey lets it go.
Got that one big card he needed. Queen comes out on the river, and he's able to make it look value-y
I did the 7 deuce, 3 coin
and
shot.
snipes that pot.
I've never won 7 deuce.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that's a slam dunk call or anything with the Jack-6. You're already kind of in an uncomfortable spot where you've got so many of these sorts of middling strength hands since you've called from the straddle that you probably should fold some. And he opts to fold the Jack with the 6 of diamonds. I think that makes some sense, but unfortunate for him and the rest of the table that Randy gets a little bit richer.
Yeah, it almost felt like that's one of those spots where from a psychological perspective, he almost doubted himself on the turn. So he was already considering maybe a fold there, but he makes the call. And then once the bet comes out on the river, he's like, yeah, I should have, you know, I'm out. And we've all, I feel like we've all probably done that a time or two, and it's one thing we should probably not do. You know, we kind of lock ourselves into premeditating a maneuver just by thinking that way on streets when the hand's not complete.
Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, I think it is good to be flexible, right? Like,
right.
I think the plan of action there is sort of like, all right, I'm going to call. I've got top pair here, but if a big overcard comes or one of the flush draws complete and my opponent continues, then it's time to ditch this, because then otherwise I'm just like calling with everything, and it starts to get a little bit ridiculous. So it makes some sense to be, to sort of have a plan, and then, the queen of spades comes off, and Randy bets 2/3, and he's just like, okay, I'm done.
Yep.
Whereas if it was like a 2 of spades or a 3 of clubs or whatever, it's just like a full-blown nothing burger, of which there are, probably a quarter or so of the deck that are just complete nothing.
Then you can still be sticky if you choose.
Exactly. So, yeah. I don't hate the fold there. I think it's reasonably disciplined. It's just, we all look at it and we're like, oh, you could have beat the guy with 7 deuce and whatever.
Yeah, I don't hate the fold at all. It's just funny how sometimes we kind of premeditate our minds into some of those moves. Fun little hand here as Doc opened it up in the cutoff, and Benham just ripped it on the button. Suited ace deuce for Doc, ace king for Benham on the button. Jam City.
Doc's got to live up to his namesake here, do a little Hollywooding. I mean, we have seen him make some sort of splashy calls, but yeah, I don't think ace deuce is one of them. And he is going to get shown the ace king there, but
yeah, he's almost behaving tonight, is Doc Hollywood, and I mentioned it earlier that it might be interesting to kind of keep an eye on his play, as he may not feel like he's the most ornery guy at the table with 3-coin and Reed over there stirring it up.
I'm going to get crushed.
And yeah, so far he hasn't really found anything to spin his wheels in just yet.
I'm from both sides. Getting it from both sides. AJ and it's gonna be a fun night.
Couple of red 10s here for 3-coin when we get back to him, as he is putting on the $50 straddle. T1000 on the button, certainly not going to allow this to go through for the low price of $50. And we could have another massive confrontation here between the two deepest stacks at the table. Nearly 45K combined between these two players, and 3-coin just going to call. He did this with the kings earlier, and now he's going to slow play the 10s from out of position. 3 ways to a flop, and not a favorable one here for the 10s. Second pair for Doc Hollywood, and the best of it.
They are.
Okay. All right.
600.
That's 600.
Doc Hollywood, in fact, is going to lead here, makes it 600. T1000 with the betting lead pre-flop. 1 over and some backdoor hearts.
No.
I believe Doc still has his knit button as well. The graphics shows that T1000 definitely does, and we see one there in front of him. But I believe Doc has his as well.
JC is out of there. Back over to 3-coin, who played a little tricky pre and then just folds the 10s. And sure enough, by not re-raising pre, allows Doc to see that flop and sort of steal that one away.
Yeah, let that one person behind him see that flop, and sure enough, that's the person that gets you.
Yeah, and going back to that question that you had asked earlier about, sort of what are some of the lessons that can be learned from this game in the lower stakes games, and that's, I mean, I think every player that has played 1-2 and 1-3 has been victim to their own passivity in exactly what we just saw there, where you have pocket 10s, you have pocket jacks, whatever, and you're like, oh, I'll just see a flop. But then everybody gets to see a flop, and then somebody with queen 5 beats you, It's like, if you raise your hand and you isolate against, maybe one opponent, that's when your, one overcard on the flop isn't going to kill you quite as often.
Oh, just start my back. We'll go from there. We'll see how you are.
I like that Sean White mentioned in the chat that we both look like we both are men in the booth tonight, so that's very well.
Absolutely.
I like it. I know when Eric's here, we might not get that kind of name calling.
All our love to Eric, who is out there grinding away, and we look forward to having him back in the not-so-distant future. But happy to be here with you this evening, Mr. RJ, on TCH Live Tuesday. 186
Indeed.
of you fine folks hanging out with us. We are popping off here on YouTube, as well as our other live streaming services. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Please do consider helping us out. Hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. And we look forward to seeing you and a bunch more folks back here in the future.
So we're about to make it to hand 30 here, an hour and 44 minutes into this live stream. Texas Card House Dallas. As you watch some of the various TCH live streams that we have here on whatever platform you may be watching, YouTube or Twitch or any of the others, if you get used to the felt on the tables, you'll know which card room we're coming from, and that is the beautiful skyline of Dallas right there, Texas Card House, Dallas.
At 225.
Interesting flop here. Venom with the gutty backdoor clubs. Reet with middle pair and backdoor clubs. John with just backdoor clubs. He's out of there, so all those players working with the same sort of voodoo. But here we go. Heads up to the turn 3 of diamonds changes nothing. Reet here far and away the best, but Venom going to keep his foot on the gas and see if Reet has a call in him or if he's going to preserve his remaining 2,200. He does opt for the latter. Benham doesn't need to show as he doesn't have a knit button anymore. And Bobby Sprague here in the chat wants to know, how can I get my name on the stream list?
Fantastic question.
Indeed. Well, if you'd like to play at any of our other locations outside of Dallas, you can find those links in the chat. Sort of getting populated throughout the evening, so just scroll up. You should be able to find some of those. But if you want to play here, in particular on the Dallas live stream, reach out to Mallory directly. Her information on screen now. She is the one who curates this game, and she'll be happy to get you in on a future date.
Yes, the lovely Miss Mal handles that here in Dallas, and it's not always the quarter game. Might be a 1-3 round of each game, 1-3 hold'em. Or possibly the quarter game. So whatever it is out there you want to play on stream, Mal is the lady to get in touch with, and she'll fix you up. Checking in on the chat as we speak, Mallory Poker. What a fun game. She's ready to recruit Bobby right now in the chat. Let's go.
Absolutely. There we go. All right. So we had a limp and a raise to 200 from Benham. T1000 here. Next to act, going to go ahead and put in the raise. Jack 5. Back over to Benham with the covering spades, but this is a bit of an uncomfortable spot to be in, out of position with the ace 8. He is going to make the call though, and we're going to go heads up to a flop. Benham out of position, stack to pot ratio a little over 3 for him as he drills middle pair, and the best of it still, T1000 with bottom pair. T1000 here, trying to imagine what tens Benham will continue with. He's got certainly some queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited, maybe ace 10 suited. King 10 suited, of course, could be in there as well. Starts to feel a little bit dusty after that. The low 10-9 suited.
These are tough out there, man.
It's going to continue for 1K, so just about 2/3 pot, and Benham will go for the check call. Stack to pot ratio approaching 1, and the board gets more connected. 9 of clubs now on the turn. Check from Benham. Once again, over to T1000, who now has a straight draw to go with his bottom pair, and he may just apply the full pressure here, picking up that additional straight equity. He hard blocks the queen jacks of the world. Instead, he's going to take that improved equity to the river. And Benham should feel pretty good about this, but I don't know if he's going to have enough strength to go for a block. Yeah, it's just going to be another check. See if he can get to showdown. And he will.
There
well
we go.
Played by both players.
Yeah, well played, Benham. Happy to see a winner there. He hasn't really been able to find some holdings to really jump in there just yet. He's had ace-king a couple of times, but other than that, his holdings have been a little bit quiet over there. So good to see him with a standard nice hand that can actually play through flop, turn, and river.
He's doing us all a favor, weren't you both? Such a nice guy. I say one of the best. How are you?
Yumi mentions in the chat that we have to try the Las Colinas cake, which I'm not sure which cake she's referring to. I know the cheesecake at Las Colinas gets incredible reviews, so if you're a cheesecake fan, that's definitely one to check out. We got the cold 4-bet Rip City for Reet. Dave also with the suited ace here on the button. He's checking some inventory.
Yeah, and yeah, there's a couple of players with knit buttons here, David being one of them. So you definitely need to sort of evaluate what kind of, impact that has on their range. Certainly T1000 can be getting a little bit out of line as there's only a few players left with knit buttons here, but Reet, who does not have a knit button and is all in as a cold 4-bet for an amount that is very unlikely to get a fold. I think David here has the sort of hand that should be folded quite easily. He does decide to let it go. AJ has to fold 7 twos. It doesn't love that, but is the right play. And now back over to T1000, who is going to call in a dominated position.
22? And a quarter?
He 3-bet this hand pre-flop with that suited queen 8. $2,200 total. They got about $4,600 in the pot. Let's race it out. Queen 8 versus ace 8. Ace on the turn. Ace on the river, no pain.
I folded an ace. Folded an ace. Little bitty one though.
Yeah, feels good there for Reet to see that turn and a river. And he was just well out in front from start to finish, but definitely brings it home there and now has a reasonable stack to work with.
I would have pulled that stunt on him, but he did that, and I was like...
And we're going to go ahead and get a dealer change in, which means it's time for another PLO flip.
So he has 500 down there? Or is that what it was? One case, okay.
Mediocre Poker in the chat says he doesn't play Hold'em anymore, but he would for this game. Great lineup, Mowry. Thank you for checking that out.
Yes, she is.
Mediocre Poker, we appreciate it, and we agree. Definitely seen some intriguing pots tonight, interesting plays, and we have made it to our first dealer change of the night. So that means we've been playing poker for about 90 minutes.
You know, it's a crapshoot.
And as we got as we get the new deck set up. Yumi Cortez in the chat reminds us that it's the chocolate cake that she is after at Las Colinas. So apparently this chocolate cake is the bomb diggity over there. And I know from personal experience that the cheesecake is amazing. I prefer mine with just a little bit of drizzle of strawberry, drizzle of fruit, maybe a drizzle of some fudge, and voila, the cheesecake is amazing. Mr. Goob in the chat says, what's up, guys? He's here to watch T1000. Good to see Mr. T1000 bringing several folks into the chat tonight.
They earned it a little bit.
Earn it.
Oh, this is the Randy killer hand right here. This is it.
Don't do it to me. Don't do it.
This is a Randy killer hand. I think. Oh no, he's got my outs. No, I think because I had 8.
I guarantee a loss. I think you're probably also got a good chance.
4.
Nobody got. I got the jacks. Yeah, you got a set, right?
Yeah. Queen 10 is enough.
You have a straight. Anybody can, how many cards can play out of this hand? I've got a straight.
So here we go. Hand number 37, it looks like, is the PLO flip.
Yeah,
on the river too.
Yeah. Skipped.
Benham able to take down the PLO flip, and the lovely Miss Mary in the box here for round number 2 tonight.
You gotta wait in line.
All in.
Yeah.
All in.
Doc, I take that in the total truck out.
It was bad. I mean,
Here we go. Even more fans of T1000 in the chat. Sarah Karotic checking in. Mr. Goob. A lot of our folks from down in the Austin area checking in tonight.
nice jewelry and sunglasses. Truck got stolen. In Dallas.
Always put an air tag in your card.
I did. So I put an air tag, which is how
I know 3Coin and Reet have had several folks chiming in the chat as well. And then, of course, some of the TCH Dallas regulars, AJ, Doc Hollywood, and Benham. John there in the 4 seat. Brass Monkey, a Dallas player as well, there in the 9 seat. Nice variety of players. And now that they've been playing for an hour and a half, we're starting to get a variety of chip stacks and variety of bet sizes. 7 Deuce games been on all night. Still got the remnants of a nit game going right now. You can see, looks like there's a nit game, a nit button in the 8 seat and the 4 seat. Big flop here for Doc Hollywood. He raised it up with Jack 9 of spades. He catches a flop. 7-9 queen, 2 spades. T1000 trying to get rid of that nit button, playing the Montana Banana here, 9 deuce. Both players flopping a 9. 8 of clubs here on the turn. That'll give Doc Hollywood even more outs to his best hand. $1,400 now from Doc. Only leaving himself a little over $2,000 behind. Kind of limiting the maneuverability of T1000 here. $1,400. T1000 makes the call. 10 of spades. Hollywood now with a flush. Blockers to any of the straight flush. Currently the third nuts. That's enough for him. He will rip it. He's all in. Just leads out with his remaining 2180.
Pretty much nothing now.
T1000 correct in his analysis in that this river does indeed crush his hand, pretty much holding nothing. Nothing especially compared to the flush of Doc Hollywood. So T1000 trying to make something happen with that knit button over there, but ends up
I had a 9.
ends up dusting off a few chippies in that pot. Doc Hollywood now up to a little over 7,000 in his stack.
Yeah, a nice little pickup there as we do some profit and loss here. 3 coins still up far and away the most. AJ up 8,500. Brass Monkey up 6K. Benham 4,300, and then it's all downhill from there. Doc Hollywood stuck a trip to Taco Bell, and then a whole lot more from David all the way down to T1000. Stuck 15 big ones, but a long ways to go. Plenty of opportunities to get it back.
15 big ones stuck, but 15 big ones in his stack, so can make that up at any moment. And it looks like he might be even adding on a little bit right now.
They tell us upstairs, we'll know. Yeah.
So as they figure out how many chips T1000 is going to add on, he will straddle it for 50.
I think it's 27. If you're wanting to cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like 26. Just like that.
350.
Yeah, it's like 26.
Getting a little accounting help from everyone on that end of the table to figure out exactly what Randy is sitting on, but T1000 here is going to add on to get up at least close, if not covering.
Still got time to head back to Austin with you too.
Takes a peek at the 8 Dewey here. Is still part of the knit game, let's not forget, so that is part of the reason that T1000 has been playing some of these hands as of late.
Yeah, you could tell that last hand he was definitely trying to get rid of that nip button, playing the 9 deuce, landed middle pair with that 9, and found himself in trouble.
You're not going to be afraid to.
David here with the 4 deuce, definitely getting out of line, trying to get rid of his nip button, but he does flop best with bottom pair. Reet here, 2 overs, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. He is going to float to a turn we go. And now up and down for Reet. And he's going to lead for 425. David not going anywhere yet. Still has the best hand, but now we go to a river. Can Reet improve? He does not. Have pot snap called by 4 deuce off, and Reed's like, oh God, I picked the wrong customer today.
No, when I know where I'm at, I know where I'm at. When I know where the fuck I'm at, I know where the fuck I'm at.
Yeah, and that's probably the second or third time where Reed's kind of been snap called on that half pot river bet, but as much as he's trying to get in there, he's just not able to make a hand just yet.
Yeah, real strong hand on the turn, picking up that equity plus just all of his pairs live, but just can't sort of power it home. And T1000 here is going to be the sponsor for a couple of $400 splash pots back to back, as he did lose the knit game. And we'll wait a little while before we get a new one started up. So 400 in the middle, splash pot action
You guys
for
wanna
this
do
one,
auto 50?
under the gun.
Oh, there we go. So, yeah, I thought John had that nip button over there in that corner, but it was David with the nip button. So, that pot concluded our nip button game.
Is this the splash?
Half,
Yes.
yeah, half of it.
Yeah, I think I'll take the 50. No, it's just this next hand is just a splash, and then we'll do one more. Yeah. What is it, 50? He's gonna hack.
Somehow we're just limping for 50 with 400 in dead money in the middle.
Ay, ay, ay.
Back over to T1000, and he's the one that sponsored this thing, and he's like, no. This is my money, and
Yes.
I want it now.
My big blind, and you guys are going to give me an opportunity to win my money back. We're bumping it up. 650 to go now.
Randy is a wild animal,
He was the.
and
He was just a blind. So it went.
I'm cheating.
5-4 off is definitely in his calling range on some level, but still, this is another 600 to go, and his hand is super dust.
That's them Austin crap. You gotta watch them.
Yeah.
He is going to make the call. See if the Randy Run Good is still in full effect or not. Wants to play a big one with JC. David's in there as well. He's like, oh, shit, okay. 600? Why not?
That'll bring in.
Everyone's going to call.
That'll bring in the rest of them. The 7-3 on the button make the move. Doc on his best
Well,
behavior.
what it is you've been playing that style for so long, but usually you fucking hit on me, and I hit nothing.
Right.
And I'm
So
forced to play.
7-3 is out of there, as is, I don't even remember what Benham had, but 4 players are going to see a flop. 3 of them control
like
10s.
freaking high card. I know you got nothing. And you get with high
And
card.
no 10 on the flop, and it's 7-3.
Jack 3-7.
Made a pair, dude.
Oh my God. And Brass Monkey looked at it because Doc folded it to him, and he's laughing. He's like, you idiot.
I mean, I had
Called.
full deuce. I hit my deuce. What am I trying to expect?
Yeah, you can see Brass Monkey and Hollywood having a good time with that flop.
Yeah, I mean, they're not trying to do anything out of sorts, but they are definitely giving away that some of the cards that are on the board have been folded away.
There was something out there for sure.
As you can't imagine them like chuckling about, you know, like 10-8 off being folded, right? Like
Right.
oh no, a gut shot, ha. No, it's like you really connected with that board, right? It's something like Jack 3, 7-3, you know, like Jack 7. It's definitely something like that.
So 3-coin here pondering his gut shot. He will let it go.
Somebody told me you might
I wanted to. But
David with a gut shot of his own. He's going to make the call. And now back over to AJ, who is also very deep. And he's just going to fold
just
top
gonna
pair.
let
What
it
were you?
go.
Oh my God! What were you calling for? Not hit top pair. Of course, we can see the cards, but all right.
Andy was closing the action there. Got to see the turn. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't love that fold. Certainly you can be outkicked, and that's just your lot in life, but folding top pair to a single bet on the flop does seem a little bit, I mean, on this like super disconnected board too. Look at this, Jack 7-3. Check on the turn, and King High is just the best hand.
There you go. That's the lesson that of what isolation can do for your equity.
And now it's very curious because both players have no showdown value. Of course, we can see that T1000 actually does if he were to somehow showdown the King High. But like, do you ever get your opponent to fold something here now, right? Like, you got to ask yourself, what do they have and what will they fold? And to what size wager? Yeah, he's just waving the white flag. He's like, I just think you have a jack all the time.
And David picks up on it.
Well, I think David is just like, my hand sucks ass. I have to bet or I'm going to lose. I mean,
right.
Yeah. When it checks to him, it becomes much more clear, right? I have 10 high, and my opponent is not betting for value with any of their strong hands. So their hand range is just capped, and yeah, I just get to bet. So hopefully I win because he folds. JC, though, once again, a very thoughtful player. He is going to try to suss out whether or not he beats anything. And the 10 is just a bad card for him. Like, he can get floated on the flop with 10-9 and 10-8, which is exactly what his opponent has. But having a 10 in hand kind of interacts with that in a bad way. And that's the sort of hand that he beats, right? With king high. He doesn't beat anything else. Perhaps 6-5 suited could float the flop. But there's really just like 4 combos of that.
Makes a call. Very nice.
King high for JC. And wow, what a call there with king high.
Yeah, as you mentioned, you know, the 10-8, the 10-9, 2 hands that he could beat there.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's also the 9-8, right? So let's not forget that all the 9-8 combos he doesn't interact with. But yeah, wow. I mean, that is a pretty massive call there. That let's also remember that the river is a queen. And so let's say that David does just somehow have, maybe he's got the jack 10, right? Or the jack 9. And then we get to the river. Is he really going to half pot value bet when the queen comes off? Or is he just going to check and take his showdown? So that's the part of the story that I think really kind of allowed JC to find the call there, is like, what do you ever bet this river with? Like, it just doesn't make a lot of sense for you to bet the river with any of your jacks. And yeah, good call.
Yeah, that's got to feel good for T1000. He's been running a little bit turbulent over there in the 8th seat, and he makes the call there and finds that king high is a winner. So we'll see if that can get anything spinning for him over there. Just takes one hand like that to kind of make himself feel good and see what you can get rolling here. Doc Holliday flopping nut flush draw here with his ace jack. Open-ended for Reet. Benham, mostly air.
Yeah, and those sort of Reet here is going to jam it.
1900 Rip City for Reet.
And at least his pairs are live.
Yeah, the good news is a pair could bail him out here.
Yeah, but he's not going to love getting called here. Ace high and the spades working for Doc Hollywood. We can see he is a 7-3 favorite. And
4, 6, 8, or 9. No spade. Oh, finds a 4, but it's a spade version. So that'll be a flush for Hollywood. Ooh, bingo, bango, spades galore. Another flush for Hollywood, and he will scoop it.
Yeah, Nut, and Reet is going to tap out. Pleasure having you on the show here, Reet. Tough sledding and just some unfortunate runouts, but it was a pleasure to have you on, and definitely enjoyed watching you play. Going to finish up down 10, or wait, or is he adding back on 5K? Oh, it looks like he's adding on 5K. I thought he sort of tapped the table like he was done, but I think he was just actually getting some chips from John.
There you go. Reet back in it here in the 1 seat. Good to see that the man will not give up just yet. Got plenty more game in him. And of course, this is Reet, the gamer himself, so he's got plenty of game in there. He's back for some more. 7 deuce for John. Let's crank it up.
Brass Monkey, the only caller. David goes for the limp and fold. Heads up to a flop. John with the betting lead. And flops a flush draw. Brass Monkey with a gut shot. Gonna stick around for one more street at least. And now another good card here for John to power this one through. All he needs to do is bet 500 or thereabouts. He's going to go even a little bit larger. Shows down the 7 Dewey. Picks up another 400
There we go.
bucks.
7 deuces raking in some winners tonight. I like it.
Absolutely, yeah. Some nights you kind of just get like a drought where there's no 7 deuces that even show up, and the ones that do are always just sort of handcuffed based on the action that's already there. It's like a 3-bet and a 4-bet already in front. You're like, well, I'm not just going to launch my whole stack in trying to win the 7 deuce game. So, you know, they just kind of find their way into the muck. But tonight we've had definitely plenty of playability as far as 7 deuces are concerned, and it certainly has made for a very entertaining stream. Hope y'all are enjoying yourselves, hanging out with us here. Just about 200 of you guys with me and RJ here as we go into the back end of the stream. A little past 8:15 Central Time here, with plans to stream until 11 p.m. Central. So still nearly 3 hours of poker coming at you guys here on TCH Live. And number 42 coming at you. Folds over and around to Brass Monkey on the button, makes it 150. And 3 coin with the birds, 2 black aces makes the call. David makes the call as well, and 3 coin is playing super trappy. 10s, kings, now aces, all played as just flat calls pre-flop. It's a jack high board. David connecting with this, and 3 coin donk leads for 50 bucks. Gets a call from both opponents, and a harmless 5 of clubs now on the turn. The aces far and away the best of it. Does he continue with this unorthodox line? No, he does check now, and David will bet the turn for 2 1/4. And I want to say we should see a check raise here, but 3 coin does a lot of interesting maneuvers. All right, there it is. Check raise to 600. Pushes the aces over to his neighbor to take a peek before he drags the pot. Oh man, it is wild to have a guy that'll play, you know, some hands that are just like complete air balls as though they are aces, and then play aces as though they are complete air balls. It is very discombobulating.
I hope you're going to come out of town.
But you love to see it.
I do not want to catch you on that run, my friend. 43 states. Yeah, I think it's like
All right, let's see if I can take another swing at the gambling. Torched my first 2 tries.
Raise to 300 here.
Yeah,
300 is the bet. He made it 300. He made it 300.
So let's up the ante, you know? You always got to chase it. Lose a couple, Go double or nothing. Huzzah! Another single digit. My goodness, I'm getting torched. All right, raise to 300 and 3 callers, so 4 players to a flop. King 4 tray, 2 tone. Reet here on the button, flopping a gut shot, and it's just a pair of 3s for AJ, which is the best hand. Sean White, yeah, absolutely. It's exactly right. AJ here gets a little inventory on his table mate across the way, finding out how much he started the hand with, then does make the call. 7 of hearts on the turn. Front door heart flush comes in. Both players with 1 heart. AJ actually has the superior heart with the 3. But Reet here is going to make it 1,100.
The chips aren't the same.
A little under half pot.
But time is the same. Did they figure out my time? Because when the Austin location opened, I bought the 500. You probably just need to tell them and they'll transfer it over. They have problems with the thing for a while.
AJ here. After seeing T1000 make that really impressive king high call, I think AJ here being very thoughtful, you know, obviously a thoughtful player in his own right, but you know, anytime you see something that far out of the normal sort of run, you're like, wow, how many of these spots am I missing, right? And it makes you really kind of reevaluate. And then, you know, just a couple hands later, here you are, you're like, I've got bottom pair, and this guy's just like repping a king hard, but like he might not have it. And in fact, he doesn't have it. So AJ is going to correctly call here. Reet with well under pot size bet remaining, and it's another heart on the end. Both players with flushes, but Reet on the full-blown butt flush, and AJ has just the slightly better flush. And he can't quite believe his life. He's like, I literally got called down by the 3 of hearts and lose. Yeah, tough sledding here for Reet. He is he's getting run up against it.
Yeah, when the butt flush gets beat by the slightly better butt flush, that is not a fun time.
No, that's not great. That's not great. I mean, fantastic play from AJ. Let's not get lost in the sort of the tough time that Reet has had here tonight. AJ there, fantastic call on flop and turn. You know, gets to just show down the second butt flush and win with it, which is pretty fantastic stuff. So well played, AJ, feeling it here tonight as he is chipping up nicely. Brass Monkey now with the birds.
Always fun to look down at ace and ace. The Black Betty variety.
Now we've got Recoin here with the ace king, and he's played some of these hands just very, very passively, just sort of seeing flops or whatever, but now ace king on the button. We're going to see a little bit of a different version of Randy, and the different version is a little more than a min click.
Got a button this time.
Yeah, and Brass Monkey is just quivering with excitement. And it gets better for Brass Monkey. More dead money goes into the middle. A cold call from AJ. Oh, good Lord. Brass Monkey just called.
He just called. No, he didn't.
No.
respect, guys.
That is a little too tricky-trappy for my liking.
And of course, that brings Reed in too. So now we're four-handed.
Wow, look at that board, though. That is the safest flop in the world. Yes, there are two clubs out there, but like you have the ace of clubs and. Oh, God.
Yeah, look at this, picking up another 3K.
Yeah, this is working out perfectly for Brass Monkey. He now gets to just check back raise all in for 9K. Reed's out of there, and now it's going to be up to 3 coin. Does he want to stick another 6,000 out there to try to hit an overcard that we can see is super not live? He needs to go runner king or runner jack 10.
Me and my friends. I tell you what, he's better looking and in better shape, better teeth, but he ain't worth a shit at poker, I call.
Wow, 3 coin makes the call and is really dead. $23,000 pot.
So this one ballooned up to 23K. He's good looking. He's got better teeth. I didn't catch all the speech, but he's got aces too. I remember the speech was fun.
The speech was fun. It was very good, and he's going to need a miracle card.
Oh,
that is one of them.
Gives him
Needs
hope.
another king. Oh, that would have been absolutely savage to just go running kings.
Always.
But
Good hand, right? Always fun. It is, isn't it?
Love the game. Give him another. I had a feeling you might have pocket queens after like call a chance.
Well, I thought I was behind.
we have played some massive pots here tonight, RJ. I mean, we're talking the second 20K plus hand of the night.
Yeah, just your
and
casual
3 coin's been in both
23K.
of them. Yeah. 3 coin won the first one, shipping a massive monster pot against JC, and then now is going to send a good tidy portion of that back that direction. Brass Monkey here now going to be on 23K in the stack, and I mean, who really knows exactly who's got the most chips at the table at this point? I know that, you know, T1000 added on a bunch, but there are some massive stacks at this table. And this is not for the faint of heart, because a lot of chips going in with not always the nuts.
Not always the nuts. 3 coin there calling off 8,900 with ace king on that flop. Calling 8,900, ballooning that pot up to 23K. So the stack of Brass Monkey now all the way up to 22.9. And it is on. And as you can see from the overhead cam, still plenty of chips in that 2-seat as well. 5-seat stack starting to go out quite a bit. 8 and 9, those are some big hefty stacks. So we've got an hour and a half left, and this will get crazy.
Oh, we just got an hour and a half left till I turn into a pumpkin. Got a whole another hour after that, right? Or
oh yeah, that's right. I'm not used to this early stuff, huh? I don't know when I get here early.
Yeah, you usually pitch relief.
Yes.
And you're here for the whole game, man. We got you trying to pitch a no-hitter here.
We got it.
So Nick game not back on, but 2 hands that sort of look like they belong in a Nick game. Going to go toe to toe. Pair of 5s here for David. He, I believe, is working with something closer to 4,000 in his stack. I think he must have added on 2K over there. And we're going to check down, and wow, somehow both players end up with 2 pair. What an unbelievable run out here. Top and bottom pair for T1000 after the turn and river.
Hello,
David
Deuce.
goes to bottom 2 pair. And it's a bet of 500. David here gonna easily make the call, and he's like, wait, how did that happen?
What just happened? What a deuce.
I mean, he's sort of fortunate, I suppose, in that he didn't make 2-pair earlier and then, you know, sort of have the river queen kind of throw a wrench in and have the pot be bigger, right? Like, he just had bottom pair and it's just like, cool, let's get to showdown, and oh, I guess I pay off this overbet.
Had no interest until the very end.
Yeah. Wow, spicy stuff. All right, moving on to hand number 46, but before we do, another reminder, tomorrow, the beginning of the day 1 flights for the even bigger one, $250K guaranteed.
Not just the big one.
Texas tournament. You are correct, not just the big one. It is the even bigger one, all
there we
caps.
Go. Yes.
That's right. Wednesday, tomorrow, the 25th, first starting flights kicking off at 10 a.m. Another one coming at you 5 p.m. Rinse and repeat Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 8 chances to get your way into day 2, kicking off on Sunday at 2 p.m. All trickling down to a final table. Going to be live streamed Monday at 9:30. 7 p.m.
There you go, 7 p.m. $300 buy-in, that is a fat stack to play for. $250,000 guarantee, usually closer to $300K. Come on out, TCH Dallas.
And what, like first place has been pretty consistently getting, what, right around 60K? Is that
Right
it,
around
or?
60, yep. We've seen a couple south of 60, a couple north of 60. So right around 60 is a perfect guesstimate.
Yeah, man. What a great way to turn $300 on a weekend into $60,000. I mean,
right?
Yeah, I mean, you get to watch football. You get to participate in some of the cool promos that we do. We got gridiron giveaways and things of that nature. Just fantastic stuff at your local TCH location.
Yeah, and I know TCH Social talking about the ideas of coming up with some more football type stuff coming up next month once they finish the specials that we're on now. So, of course, it may take a month or so for those to kick in, but I bet some fun stuff will be coming our way.
When he gets back, we'll play the net.
Yes, football season is definitely upon us. We had our first small cold front of the season, like yesterday when highs were in the 76 or whatever, and today it's back up, but it probably didn't make it down there to Austin, did it?
It's been pretty warm down here still. We did get a little bit of rain the last couple of days, which
there
is
you go. So
nice to cool it off a little, but yeah, no, it is definitely still toasty. It was in the 90s yesterday and today.
Yeah, I think it warmed right back up for us today, but yesterday was a nice little cool off.
How long have you been real estate? Since I was 14? Oh, wow. Okay. So
Yeah, this is sort of like the perfect time of year here in the next couple of months, really.
It is absolutely the nuts.
Yeah, I mean, before we get into January, February, where it's really like, now it's actually kind of cold out, you know? It's like,
yeah.
Here at the end of September and all through October, really, it's like the sort of ideal time in my mind to get out on the lake. Because you're not like, I need to be in the water because I'm dying. It's like, no, I can be on my paddleboard, I can be, you know, swimming, whatever. It's all good. Like, everything's good because it's 85. And that's
it is
that I like.
perfect. September, October, November, perfect. Perfect golf weather, perfect lake weather. Aces are also perfect, but T1000 made $150 with his aces in this wild, crazy game.
I know. He watches Randy just like blast off a whole stack against his neighbor's aces, and he wins a single bet. that doesn't feel great, for sure. Onwards and upwards, though, JC will have another opportunity to get some of those chips. As we've got an open and a 3-bet. David here shown on screen once again to only have 1K behind. Of course, I think that's short at least 2,000.
Yeah, we were mentioning the beautiful weather down here. September, October, November. It's always the season where I want to go play golf, whether I have been playing golf or not. So I will like go out and try to kill myself a couple of times and get all sore and pained up. And I'm old enough that golf hurts now, so that's not very fun. But the weather is perfect for it.
Absolutely.
3-coin flop and a heart draw here.
Turns a king.
Yeah, David, 3 to a straight flush. One of those sort of hands where you'd kind of like to see a turn, but Randy's sizing up your stack and then potentially just firing a fistful of chips out there. Not going to make it easy to continue. Couple
About 500 in that fistful.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if he makes it 200 or something, right? You just kind of float and see what develops, but he's going to get shown the queen high, but with the hearts, and realize that his 8 was dominated as well, so avoids further damage. Well, not only do we have the even bigger one coming to Dallas, we've got, of course, the Trailblazer Tour, the very first inaugural stop here at TCH Social in Austin. Over $2 million in guarantees, kicking off in just under a month. October 16th through the 28th. You can scan the QR code there. You can go to TexasCardHouse.com or check out Poker Atlas for the full lineup of tournaments. We've got an incredible lineup coming at you, including an $800 buy-in, $1 million guarantee main event. Really looking forward to that.
Yes, sir. We're trailblazing now. I love it. I'm looking forward to TCH having their own little mini tour right there, and that is going to be awesome in all the Texas Card House locations. Blazing a trail. Let's go.
Absolutely. I'm ready to blaze my way to first place in that Millie guarantee.
True that.
Take home a $250,000 or thereabouts. King 9-4 Rainbow. Pair of 4s for David is the best hand after the flop. But we're going to check all the way through. And an ace on the turn actually connects with no one.
Big old scary ace.
I mean, 3-coin picks up a club flush draw, though, so he's going to tickle the pot for 125, see if he can get somebody to just release for a low, low price. But David is actually going to click it up on him, makes it 325 to go. With the pair of 4s and no redraw, just somehow has the best hand, but 3-coin is never folding this hand, so we'll see a river card. And 3-coin could hit a freaking offsuit 7 if he wanted to improve, but he does not. Bricks the deuce of hearts, and David will win if we get to showdown? Question mark? Randy checks and gets shown the pair of 4s. And indeed, David will win at Showdown. He's going to drag a nice little $1,200 pot with 5-4 offs. Let's go.
Let's go. 5-4 bottom pair, taking down pots.
Adding 10 pots. Yes, 10,000 pots.
I got a question for you, RJ. Are you superstitious at the table? Like let's say that you get dealt, you know, like 10-5 suited 3 times in an orbit or something that like, oh, I'm supposed to play this hand, or, you know, weird things like that sort of influence your behavior. Do things like that get to you or no?
No, not really. You know, when I get stuff like that, I actually like to kind of talk about it and just BS to the table that maybe I am superstitious or whatever. But I usually don't do it. You know what I mean?
Okay, all right. But
so
you'll still
I'll still enjoy it and embrace it and talk about it maybe a little bit and then be like, yeah, no.
Okay, all right.
I'll pick on other people.
Yeah. Do you
I'll
play
be
like favorite hands or anything, or are you?
Man, not too much anymore. You know, I think growing up, I had some favorites that I like to splash around with. Probably, like the 6-4 was everyone's favorite growing up, right? I mean, we all love to 3-bet with that and create some chaos or whatever. And once in a while, I'll still splash around here and there. But here lately in my Hold'em games, I've turned into an old nit. It's kind of disappointing because, man, the first 10 years of my Hold'em, I was pretty lock 'em and rock 'em and get after it. So it's kind of weird that I'm a little bit of an old man nit now, but that's all right.
It's a funny description of yourself. As, T1000 here is going to get rid of his nit button with the ace high here. Nit game now in effect, of course, but no longer necessary for T1000 as he did pay out the last one, but will not be the victim again. Yeah, I always think it's kind of funny when people talk about their favorite hand and stuff, and it is kind of silly when someone plays a massive pot like in a completely like screwed up way, like they should have never been in there with the hand, and then they end up beating you, and you're just like, wait, that's your favorite hand, and that's why you played it, and now I just lost this massive pot because that's your favorite hand. Like, that's, kind of ridiculous, but I also think it's just hilarious and awesome that our brains as human beings like work that way, as opposed to just like everyone being very robotic and being like, no, I would never play like 9-4 of hearts. Like, of course I wouldn't do that, but
yeah, that's what I was going to say. Over the years, I've definitely tried to play a little more mechanical, a little more robotic, if you will. But I also still find spots to maybe find some opponents to my right that I want to splash around with, and by golly, it's a single raise, and I see my favorite old 6-4 or something like that. Every now and then I'll still get in there and splash around for sure.
Nice.
But most of the time now when I do it, I'm looking for particular opportunities and reasons to do it. I won't just do it because it's my favorite hand.
Okay, got 4 players saw a flop, 9 high, 3 coin connecting with the best of it. Top pair, 10 kicking. And after about a 300 here from Reet with absolute air, he is gonna raise it up. Reet's out of there. And he doesn't even show down both cards, so he no, he doesn't get rid of it.
Not so fast, my friend.
No. He's not allowed to do that. He has to keep his nit button.
There we go. Cards are in the muck. Nit button back out. Yes.
Nirvana Luxury Images. Love the message there in the chat. Appreciate you very much. And I wonder which one of us it is.
Uh-oh. One of us sounds like the cop with the glasses from Superbad. Uh-oh.
Littering, eh?
Yeah. My fantasy baseball team name was ZJs, but I think that was Super Troopers if I remember correctly. But I'm getting
that's what I'm thinking of. Is Super Troopers? No, Super Bad. The cop from Super Bad. I don't even know what he sounds like.
So I'm getting my funny cop movies mixed up, but
me too.
But obviously, ZJs stood out in my mind enough, had an impact on my life that I've named my fantasy baseball team the ZJs.
Yeah, I stay away from all fantasy sports outside of football, but my two fantasy football teams are doing quite well. They're both 2-1. I did suffer some sort of heartbreak losses this week. I finished with the 3rd highest and 4th highest point totals, and still lost in both weeks. But that happens, and my team is still strong, so I feel good about it. Re-adding on another 5,000 as we check through to a turn. Pair of 5s for John is the best hand at the moment. 3 coin, gonna go ahead and take a stab at this with absolute air. David calling with the ace high. John calling with the pair of 5s. What is happening?
Let's go.
And T1000 can close the action with a gut shot to what will be.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
yeah, a non-spade 8 comes and he'll have the joint. So he's going to see a river and it's a jack of hearts, which improves no one. Pair of 5s will win if we get to showdown.
As active as some of our players have been with their chips, we need these cards to cooperate. They've been a little bit quiet for us on the runouts. We can get them warmed up. This bad boy's going to go to the moon.
Checks all the way over to T1000 here. He's got 9 high and no chance of winning this. And from the way the action has gone, it seems unlikely that anyone has a king, but he's not willing to represent anything here and try to get everyone to fold. So he's going to just give it up, and the pair of 5s will take it down.
There we go. John's a little bashful sticking that queen 5 out there, but it's a winner, by golly. Throw that nip button with it, and he will take it down.
Yeah, and how many times have we been in T1000's shoes where it just like checks to you on the river and you're like, wait a minute, nobody has anything they're willing to bet? But like for sure, if I bet, they're going to call, right? And then you just like give up and check and someone wins with a pair of 2s or like king high or something. You just like want to flip the table. Like, why didn't I just bet like 1/3 pot? Anything, they would have folded.
Yeah, it is kind of always fun to talk about the superstitions and chaotic plays anyone might have. I know back in the day, I liked to 3-bet with 10-5 offsuit just as like a marketing ploy. And every now and then it would run into some monster hands and stuff. But, of course, now I don't think I'm good enough to pull that stuff off like I used to be. But much more of a grinder now, not trying to stack up. And it's pretty lame.
Sounds super lame, dude.
It is, right? That's the way I feel. I'm like, man, I kind of miss not 3-betting with 10-5 off.
I mean, I don't think that you're necessarily just like some nitty grinder if you don't 3-bet 10-5 off. I'm just going to say that.
Right.
And then I'm also going to say, like, that, yeah, you can 3-bet a lot of hands that don't look that bad and not be a nit.
There you go. I should meet somewhere in the middle, you're saying, huh?
Exactly.
There we go.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. You get it.
Pocket 4s for 3 coin. He'll flip them up this time, and now he can get rid of that nip button as he shows his pocket 4s. Takes down a small one. But most importantly, relieving himself of that nip button.
He relieved himself?
In that case, he still might have not shown.
He might have not shown. Oh, I was going to show.
Yeah, I know.
Trust me, I'll show it.
That's what I'm saying. I think you're going to do what you're going to do.
Oh, man.
You know,
love this game.
You know how much a ZJ costs?
Nope.
Well, if you have to ask, you can't afford one.
Ah, okay.
That's the line from the movie.
What movie is that from?
I want to say it's Super Troopers. So,
Okay.
but I might be getting my, police comedy movies mixed up. But I want to say that one's definitely Super Troopers, not Super Bad.
Okay.
Maybe somebody can help me out there in the chat there and remind me of the ZJ's scene.
All right. Heads up here between Doc Hollywood.
Coop in the production room reminding me that he says it's Beer Fest. It's not even it's the Crazy Cops in Beer Fest. It's not a cop movie, but it's those same guys that did Super Troopers, but they did the movie Beer Fest.
Oh, okay. You learn something new every day.
Did I mention that I'm like the world's worst when it comes to like movies, actors, and actresses?
You did mention that. You did disclaim that
Yes.
you would be bad about it, and then you were bad about it. So
Yes.
you're true to form.
I am bad about it. I'm heavily concussed, so yeah, things go everywhere.
Well, Reet here flopping bottom pair, and the best hand is just going to get better on the river. Ace is up now.
There we
Doc
go. A little bit of
Hollywood.
run good for Reet.
Yeah, and Doc Hollywood, who sort of was working with the gut shot, breaks out. And Reed's going to take that one down.
There we go. Maybe that little pot there can get him going a little bit. Just takes one to bring back a little positive energy and start getting that spin up. Now, even though I may be a little mechanical with my superstitions, I do believe very much so that the energy that you're carrying, the energy that you bring to the table definitely helps impact how you're playing. So a little small good pot like that to bring some good energy back definitely helps.
Yeah, dude. And I find that it helps to call out on the "Aryuken" when you do it.
There you go. Aryuken. Love that guy.
Yeah. Energy blast to the face. John here, ace king to the face. After a couple of limps up front, he's going to go ahead and squeeze this one from the button. 700 to go. And nit game in effect. John, though, without a nit button, he already won his hand, so he's going to get a little bit of extra credit here. Doc Hollywood takes a peek over, and he's like, oh.
No nit button. It could be a real one.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a good, not only is it just like a good, you know, thing to be aware of, but, you know, in the moment, you know, ask your opponent, wait, do you have one? You know, is there something hidden behind this wall of chips that AJ is sporting, right? I mean, you might not see it. And so, you know, finds out the ace-7 off is just not the one he wants to take into battle. Let's go. 3-coin, though, will make the call. Dominated king, but he's suited. We'll see if flop heads up. Pretty good flop for the ace-king. 3-coin certainly can do some limp calling with, you know, pocket deuces through fives or whatnot, but wow, he just stuffs it, and John snap folds the ace-king, so 3-coin there tries to just, like, gift a double up to John, and John is like, no, I guess you just have a queen or something. I mean, I understand folding, but just snap folded. Did not even hesitate.
3-coin having a good time with that one after the fold. He says, good fold, does a little touchdown dance, and then he says, for me.
Yeah, and that is correct. He was way behind. If we saw 2 more cards, AJ was going to win, or excuse me, John was going to win, yeah, like 9 out of 10 of them. Open and a couple of calls over and around a JC. 3 of diamonds. He'll get to make the call for 300. And now, Brass Monkey closes the action with a call of his own, dominating diamonds over his neighbor. 5 players will see a flop.
You know, we had this talk about.
We try to get a discount down there.
5 ways. Texas heads up.
No diamonds for flush over flush repeat damage for T1000, but it is going to be an ace-high board with 2 hearts, which strongly favors David, the original opener. It will check to him. And with 1,700 in the middle, and he's got somewhere in the 2,700 ballpark or whatever, shows him as all in on the screen there, but this is actually just a wager of 1,100, I believe.
I think this is actually an interesting spot where possibly the 1-2ers could learn a little something, because like you mentioned earlier, there's so many of these hands in 1-2 land where you will raise with that premium ace-queen, and you get 5 ways to the flop, and you land your ace-queen. Then what do you do with it, right? I mean, that becomes the problem in 1-2, how you play those hands post-flop and through the turn or whatever. When you saw that flop 5 ways. Is it automatic punt, or is it defend, or is it try to build your stack? Or there's a bunch of various ways you can play that when that premium does land.
Punt, defend, and build your stack. Those are 3 descriptors that I wouldn't have necessarily thought of, but they're all options. They're definitely all options.
No.
All right, Doc Hollywood goes for the raise here. David's all in, and Doc is like, well, I guess I put enough in to, you know, make the call here. Doc is way, way, way behind. He needs to hit a queen or running hearts. He could also back into a slightly better
heart
straight.
And a queen. Holy cow. Doc Holliday's going to get bailed out here and chop half the pot.
Yeah, Doc Hollywood. I find myself wanting to say Holiday as well.
Oh,
Doc Hollywood.
doggone it. Yes, I'm stuck in movie land. Doc Holliday, yes.
Chop it up for all the chips. David there in a fantastic spot to double up, but run it one time, double up, run it twice, and split the pot.
There we go. Yeah, I've learned, I feel like watching some of the Tuesday night crew at when they do land those premiums, they're pretty good about playing it steady Eddie and playing the game of poker for the long haul. So they'll try to make some reads if anything gets crazy, but really for the most part, it seems like they play it just kind of more to build than to bust, right? So I think in the 1-2 streets, that could be something to learn from as well. So many times when our ace-queen or ace-king lands in the 1-2 streets, you just want to automatically go try to bust someone, when maybe it should be more of a build.
Not a punt?
Not a punt. Not a punt.
Okay.
Sometimes those busts turn into punts.
Build, don't punt.
And honestly, I mean, you can find some times to go after somebody's stack, you know, if it's someone you think you got a shot at. But for the most part, these games have slowed down a little bit to where it's hard to find those people where you can really just try to go after them with top pair. Probably not advisable, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's always important to sort of determine who your table mates are as far as that goes. Here we go. We've got a big one developing. Benham 3-betting. Reet here, who's got the goods. He's got the kings, and he is going to put in the 4-bet. David trying to just call the original open is out of the way. Back over to Benham now. Does he want to play with the 10s against the guy who's been sort of the table pinata at this point? It is a relatively large 3-bet. Benham is going to play for all of it. He goes all in. Reet snap calls, and Benham is way, way, way behind.
All right, going to be a 15,000 in this pot here, and Benham's going to need a 10. Diamond, diamond, diamond. Benham has the only diamond.
Wow. Benham wins the first board, and Reet here, table pinata. Is it a repeat of this? Can he hold? Hits a king, no queen on the river, and it is going to be a chop pot. But my goodness, run it one time, and Reet is down to the felt again.
It's never easy. Never easy.
Sam here in the chat says, WTF, a lot of laughing poker massage, question mark. Yeah, if you've never been into one of the fine Texas card house locations around the state here in Texas, we have only the finest licensed massage therapists working, and they will give you a fantastic tune-up to keep you nice and loose and limber while you're sitting at the table for hours on end grinding away. So poker massage all the way. I got one earlier to the tune of an hour, and I feel right as rain.
Yes.
Poker massage, hell yeah, bring it on.
I've had a few visit from the ladies from A Touch of Luck, and they will bring you some luck and get you loosened up, ready to roll.
Yeah, right.
Mallory says it's definitely Beer Fest. Thank you, Mallory. And Handsome Andy in the chats reminds us that nobody should be relieving themselves on the stream. Correct. Please turn microphones off. We do not want to hear the streams on the stream. All right, 47 ways to this flop. 4, 6, 8, 2 clubs. AJ is going to bring in the nut flush draw. Open-ended for Dave. Jack 8 for Doc Hollywood. He has top pair. So many hands in this. So many hands in this hand. We can't keep up with the graphics. See if we can narrow the field here.
Yeah, AJ doing his best to thin it out a little bit. Goes for the small raise with the ace deuce of clubs here. And I like this. You know, the field is so multi-way that you don't really have to raise that much to apply a lot of pressure, as everyone has to kind of sweat the players behind them. So you don't need to go very big there, but he does not bet large enough to get Doc to fold the 8, so he sticks around to this turn. Now has top trips.
Tripalicious.
And he's going to bet 800 into 17, so a little under half pot, which does invite David along. And wow, I'm sort of surprised to see the ace deuce of clubs go in for 800 here. You can see a river.
And he shows his neighbor.
Yeah, I don't really love that. I don't love the fold. I don't love the show, but David is going to brick it out, and AJ would have bricked as well. But for 800, I'm seeing that river absolutely every time. I mean, let's say that it just comes like the 3 of clubs or the king of clubs, right? Like I mean, you just lead for half pot or 1/3 pot or something, and you know, hope to get called by an 8, and you probably do.
Yeah, right, and that probably fits the equity of the hand there with 1 to go.
I don't know. I mean, it goes both ways, right? Like the flip side is that like you can improve to the nut flush and still be behind, because like you can just be drawing dead. But if you make your hand and you lead for 1/3 on the river and get raised, like then you can just ditch it. Or if you think your opponent is capable of turning trips into a bluff, then you can hero call with your nut flush. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I understand folding, but I'm way more apt to fold like the jack high flush draw or queen high flush draw or something there than the ace high flush draw. Like I just think that the chances of you checking turn and having someone with, you know, dominated clubs just being like, well, it checked to me, so of course I'm betting 800, you know, a little under half pot, and then just like get a better flush draw to fold, and we both get there, and you miss out on that opportunity to cooler them, like that sucks.
Ugh. Yes. Handing out the coolers is where you make some Kool-Aid.
Coolers for Kool-Aid. Ooh. Jedi Master Ted just took the deuce out of the deck. I'm going to see if I can do better than I have so far tonight. My goodness, I've been mostly just throwing bricks out here. I'm going to try to get a piece of it back here. Let's throw another 2K in the mix.
Aaron McAvoy. Words are hard. Gamble 2,000. Let's go.
Another 6, dude. Oh, I'm getting butchered here. Started the night with freaking 19. Ugh.
Streamlabs making Aaron like it over there. Chat.
Oh, no lube. Just sawdust.
7 with a kicker. Brass Monkey's going to bet and take this one down. Shows it enough to get rid of the knit button. About $1,000 profit in that pot.
Yeah, feels good. So AJ, Benham, and David shown on screen as still having knit buttons, but no, in fact, it's AJ who is the last man standing, or rather the last man who hasn't won a pot. So he's going to sponsor 2 $400 splash pots back to back.
There we go. We see it right there. $400 in the pot.
The last one we had a bunch of like limping going on before JC got after it.
Yes, we were going to have to penalize the guys until T1000 helped us out.
Max Bang, baby. Max Bang, let's go. Max Bang.
These holdings looking fairly raggy here. 400 bucks in the middle splash pot. Let's go. 10-8 suited. That's enough to bump it up for T1000. Reed's going to rebump it.
Randy, 1200, sweetheart.
I think for sure it catches on.
Good luck to the table on that one.
All in.
Back over to David. Yeah, he's got an easy jam here with the 2 black 10s, and it looks like we've got his stack maybe correct. No, I don't think we do. He's got 2,000 and something. It shows him as 3,000.
3175.
Yeah, Reed's going to have to make the call here. 2175 goes in, and
I mean, once they've opened the door for him for ace queen, it's good luck.
I can't tell if we're going twice or not.
I know, I couldn't
Looks
tell
like
either.
one
I was
time.
trying to.
Looks like one time. Here we go.
Club, 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 club. Clubs keep on coming. David's got the 10 of clubs.
Oh, it is 2 times. All right, well, Reed hits his queen, but yeah, it's a club flush. There is a queen, though.
Another queen.
And
he's open-ended.
Okay.
What a mess.
Chop it up again. So this is twice now that had David just run it once, he would have doubled up, but he's going to split the pot again.
Yeah, this time the beneficiary of a 4-card flush on the top board.
So they'll both make a tidy little profit off of the 400 from AJ. We'll run it back another 400 in the middle for the next one.
Double with yellow bomb pot for next deal. Is that cool?
It's great action.
Yeah.
I'm down.
We're cool.
That's fine. 2,000 cash.
Yeah, it looks like they may have something in store for us at the next dealer change as they're trying to replace the flip with something else. I didn't get to hear all that conversation, but hopefully a treat for us.
All right, looking at VPIPs here, David leading the way at 49%. I didn't get to look at the other ones, but 49% is the high water mark.
You get like pair.
Yeah, and David he hasn't always been real active on some turns and rivers, but he's getting to see his flops.
Yeah, that is definitely true.
You're not complaining.
Reed's got the mystery card and the 5 of spades, and he will bump it up. 3 bets for 700.
Yeah, we can't be certain that that is indeed the 5 of spades, but you know, if it is, it's probably the ace 5 of spades, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. He's just going to go ahead and take this.
It's a winner.
I'm doing it all right now.
Well, I said I was going to work the rest of my life. I've been working.
Oh, no. Wait. Yeah. Okay. For a second there, I thought the 3 coins still had cards, but no, that's a fistful of money I think he's holding there.
Very easily confused sometimes. I did see a guy go all in one time, and he noticed that he was in trouble, right? He's in the 3 seat, he's had a couple beverages, he's having a good time, he's going all in on the flop, and on the turn, he thinks that he's in trouble, so he gets his money out for his rebuy, and next thing you know, the only thing in front of him is his money. He has no hand, no cards, and they come over and they say, hey, you know, Bobby, where's your cards? Where's your hand? And he says, I don't know. And so they go to the camera and find out, and they say, "Okay, Bobby, where's your wallet? You got your money out." And sure enough, his wad of money in his shirt pocket there had his cards in it. So he, on the turn, when he decided he was going to lose, he got his money out and put the cards in his wallet.
That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Where did your hand go? I don't know. I guess I put it in my wallet.
Yeah. We're going to need those back, sir.
Yeah, dude. Imagine. Oh my God. I can't even imagine. All right, 4 players saw a flop of 10-10-5. It's 2 pair for John and Reet. Reet with the best of it. 2 overs here for David as well. He is going to float. And 3 players will see the turn. 11-25 in the middle. It's a 9 of diamonds. Pair of 5s will pick up a flush draw for John as well. But Reet with the pair of 7s still has the best of it. Checks to him. He's going to give a free river, and it's another diamond for John. David here, no diamond in hand, just ace high. Is he going to try to rep something and try to get a 5 to fold, or is he just going to wave the white flag with ace high? Oh, he's already checked, my bad. John here going to bet his flush and goes for the 2/3 sizing here. He's trying to get called by something like what Reet has, I guess, just like the hero call. But yeah, I don't think anything can really call you. If a 10 was going to call you, you probably should have gone bigger. I don't know. One of those weird things where like your bet size sort of dictates what you could get called by. And so like if you're going to bet 2/3, like you can only get hero called by a very specific class of hands. And then of course like a random 10 that just like slow played. But yeah, I don't know. I think the small bet there is probably in order.
I've never been. I want to go.
Or the really big one.
We're going to. Oh God, the one they have. Yeah, Coachella.
To each their own. All right, here we go. Brass Monkey, 9-8 suited, 150. 3 coin waking up with the goods. Ace Queen suited. Is he gonna just call though? Just call though? Yes, he will. There are definitely some players that I like to flat really strong hands like this against. But yeah, I think most of the time it suits you best to just sort of play it straightforward. Playing it straightforward here on the flop, Brass Monkey just drills the joint. AJ with the ace of hearts, both players with a gut shot to the straight flush.
Ooh,
Can you imagine the jack of hearts peeling off at some point in this hand? That would be absolutely bananas. Bet at 200 from Brass Monkey. 3 coins in there with his ace queen. And 3 ways to a turn. It is a red card, but not a heart. So Brass Monkey still in front. AJ now gonna lead for 450. Gonna see if he can get a price on a river card, and apparently so, because Brass Monkey is not going to raise. A little bit curious that Brass Monkey will allow this to go to the river for that price, but
could it be the player behind him anticipating anything wild from 3 coin behind him?
And indeed, he gets exactly what he presumably wants. It's a small raise to 1,300. Back over to AJ, who really wants to see this river. He wanted to do it for 450. Now he's like, damn it, I have to put another 750 in. But Brass Monkey only called his lead, so it seems like he should be able to do this without, you know, sort of getting blown out of the pot. But now this is the perfect spot for Brass Monkey to actually raise. He didn't exercise the chance there off of that lead. And wow, he's still just gonna call.
Oh, hello, Queen.
Oh my goodness. River pairs the queen. It's trips for 3 coin, the 9 high flush for Brass Monkey, and a lonely little pair of 7s to go with the queens on board. But with the ace of hearts for AJ, he shuts it down. He's just checking. Brass Monkey checking, and 3 coin probably thinks that he's got the best of it, but he does not.
Check, check to the man that was drawing dead and possibly got there. 3,000 now.
And AJ's like, all right, well, this hand sucked. But Brass Monkey will make the call, and he gets another chunky pot off of 3 coin. 10K pot,
Ooh.
right? I don't know if the 3K got factored in there.
Yeah, it looked like, yeah, I think you are correct. I don't think it got called in the graphic. There it is, 10,710. Ooh.
Brass Monkey chipping up fatty, 29,000 in the stack, and I think, you know, we've just got, you know, massive stacks out here. Let's take a look. We got 3 players with basically 30K. We look at profit and loss. Brass Monkey up 24K, AJ 6, 3 coin 5. A couple of players in the 3K range, and then down from there, T1000 stuck 12.
Some stacks now.
The largest loser at the time.
Yeah, I'm not in a folder with no, I mean, I can't walk away from a straight flush. Yeah, but if he has
all
the
that
ace
action, you have to
jack
assume
hits,
that the ace is out.
Yeah, this, no.
It'd be a very hard fold, but you could actually say I folded a straight flush before.
I have never folded a straight flush.
I folded a straight flush before.
I have not. I have by accident.
Exactly same type of exact hand.
Wow.
The low end.
That's pretty impressive, folding a straight flush. It's one thing to do it perhaps in a bomb pot or something, but I don't know. 10-9 versus 9-7, both players flopping second pair. Check, check, flop, bet and a call on the turn, and it just gets worse and worse for the 9-7. Better and better for the 9-10. David gonna finish with the king high straight. It almost looked like a call there, but Reet was trying to get the cards out from under his chip or whatever it was and fold. Just knock the chip forward, but it was a fold. It was definitely never calling with a naked pair of 9s.
How many times did I assume there was a flush and it wasn't? Especially playing in Texas. Please assume something. All my life, all money really don't matter.
You trying to hit me?
I'll do it. I'm trying to make these things work while I sell it.
David, 100.
Jack 9 suited for David. $100 straddle on. He's going to limp it.
That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. No, don't worry about it.
Benham will limp it as well as JC, and Brass Monkey checks the option. 4 players to a flop. And what a flop it is. 7-6-5 two-tone. Spades on board. David with the flush draw and the gut shot. A little bit of a combo draw here, and 2 pair for Benham. Top pair for T1000 and a middle pair for Brass Monkey. So a little bit of something for everyone, but it's really Benham and David that can get a lot of chips in here on this board. T1000 facing a bet and a check raise. He's able to fold the top pair quite easily. David makes the call. Heads up to a turn we go. 1600 in the middle, and it's a 9 top pair now for David, giving him some additional equity. But we're gonna go check, check, and it's a board pairing 5. Now 5's full of 6s for Benham, and now it's time to see if he can get any value at all. But he is gonna jam it David actually has quite a bit over there. I mean, he's got the 1K chip and a pile of purples or pinks, whatever you want to call those. I think. Maybe those are just those are just red chips. Never mind. David's got 2,000.
You could have got it all in. No, you could have got it all in.
Plenty people here want to give me hands up. I was going to call it it would have been the turn. Yeah,
What could have been for Benham?
I do not know how I missed that hand.
See how much Randy was going to
go watch that one on the street.
I like that 3-coin shirt he's rocking tonight.
I had straight and flush draw.
That's kind of a cool one.
Looks comfy, you know. It's it's not too tight, not too loose.
All right, that was kind of caught my attention. The $300 black chip bounty coming to an end out there. They've got $3,500 top prize. 65 players tonight, so absolutely. The Black Chip Bounty Tournament on Tuesday nights here at Texas Card House, Dallas. Kicking butt again.
Okay.
Get a couple of those bounties, take down a nice prize.
He's paying for advice.
On a night that it doesn't interfere with your football.
That's right. Tuesdays are great. Just had Monday Night Football last night. Double header. What was that? And then you get TCH Live next day.
Here we go. A couple of small pairs out there. Yeah, all that doubleheader of Monday Night Football was good for last night was for two of my fantasy football teams to dunk off their lead.
Oh, yeah, there were a lot of points scored by one Josh Allen.
Yes. Yeah, Allen had a great night, and he's fun to root for, but I don't have him on any of my fantasy teams, so it's
Pair and a flush draw now on the turn for 3-coin. Doc Hollywood flopped the best of it and is still out in front. Checky to a river. It's another 9, so how about trip 9s for Doc? 3-coin here with a pair of 3s and first betting action. It looks like he is contemplating a wager.
I don't know. I think with me, you call the tourney is my jam.
But does settle on check. Value town now for Doc. Can he pick a size that can get called? He goes full pot.
Yeah, so I flop the straight draw, flush draw, turn the 9.
Trying to get paid.
Yeah, you don't need
3-coin here beats something like 10 jack or busted diamonds. And guess what he has? 2 diamonds and a 10 in his hand. So pretty bad combo to hero call with, but that hasn't stopped 3-coin before. If he thinks his man is up to no good, you may just look him up with the bottom pair. Adjust the hat. Think it over.
Hat number 3 of the evening for 3-coin, if you're keeping track at home. And you got the over of 4.5. We need 2 more hats to go.
Three-coin doesn't just call, he raises. He makes it 5,000 to go. And Doc has got to be saying, yeah, okay. I'm never folding, so I guess if you got me, you got me. But what do you even have that beats
5,000.
Oh, got a set. You got trips, but it doesn't matter. 3 9s is good no matter how you name it. And that is a tidy little profit there. Doc just trying to get paid for pot. Instead, he gets a full 5,000.
Ay, ay, ay. There you go. That's why you go for it on the river. It might entice a raise.
keys.
Who needs value town when you can pick up 5K? Won't you take me to a value town?
I'll give you a thug hug and a thug kiss.
Yeah, right.
But not for real.
Yeah, and with all this splashing around and stuff going on here, T1000 can only sit back and watch as his chips get redistributed. He lost that big one flush over flush versus Randy earlier and has not found a way to get into the, sort of the right situation that some of these other folks have against Randy. But
I will say he's found a way to grind up a little bit. He's not down near as far as he was after taking that significant hit to 3 coin. So he is grinding back up in there a little bit. And his stack is still monstrous over there. So if he does find a spot, he can get back in the green pretty quick.
yeah, and all it takes is one hand with the stack depth that we've got here for sure. Ace queen. Big monstrous flop here. Nobody connecting, but Reet with the best of it. On the king high, facing a $50 wager. We'll make the call. King high now. Nut, no pair. Excuse me. And we will check on the turn. Reet value bets for 100. And AJ's like, I guess I call. Jack high. He had a blocker. So makes the call. Reet wins.
There you go. Reet picks up small one here that gets a little bit of his rebate on that pot a couple of hours ago when AJ's ace high beat up on Reet. Our 3-bet percentages powered by RF Poker.
Yeah, Reet definitely getting after it. 21% 3-bet is double his next closest competitor. And I mean, sometimes it's card distribution and other times it's a player sort of executing a strategy that they really want to stick with, which is not doing a lot of calling. And so whether you're still playing your normal ranges or you start to play a tighter range or a looser range or whatever it is, just incorporating a lot more 3-betting is definitely a viable strategy that you see some players implement. Yeah, Reet here, I mean, he's really just kind of ended up on the wrong end of a lot of stuff, but
so here we see a 3-bet and a 4-bet.
Yeah, this is another one of those times where things are not going to work out well for him unless he gets very fortunate. But yeah, puts in the 3-bet once again, and David sort of lurking over there with the limp up front is now going to have an opportunity to back raise it all in. Here we go.
Cha-ching, it's in there. Rip City for David with queens. 1850. He might find some suitors out there at the going price.
Is action reopened?
Nines for Reet, and this is a limp back raise all in, so he can't be feeling great about this, but every once in a while it is ace-king, and if he can get all the money in ahead against 3 coin, it's the time to go for it. So,
and Reet has ripped it.
Yeah, it was just barely reopened. Just barely reopened.
What happened there?
So it's 700 a quarter?
Yeah, it could be 1800. So
I call these bet. I just call these bet.
No.
I don't think it's open.
It's not open.
I think it's a quarter.
Oh, it's not reopened. What, are we off by like 25 bucks? What happened?
Yeah, I thought they were barely good. Let's see. 1775.
T1000 made it 300.
Oh, you know what? David's bet was 1875. Now it's 1775. So that could be a thing.
Oh my God, dude! I think it was raised 750 and then re-raised 725. It's literally off by
quarter.
one green chip.
When we did have an extra 100 in that bet originally, which would have made it.
And now, yeah, so 3 coin over here is like, oh, sweet. Okay, I get to
see a flop.
I get to see this flop. And Reet is like, oh god, now I get to play an empty side pot against a guy who has position on me and gives no fucks. So what are the chances that 9s are going to be good on the flop or beyond? All right, I guess we do have a side pot. What are those chips doing over there?
Shake that chain.
5, 8,
Wow,
9, 2
things
spades.
are starting to feel a little bit better here for Reet. Flops top set.
Shake it all, as a matter of fact.
Oh, I guess that's just all the chips that 3 coin had put out there.
Yeah, some sort of
For whatever
change
reason.
going back to 3 coin.
And he hasn't removed them from the middle of the table, which is a little bit awkward. Of course, these players understand what's going on. Checky, checky, and another spade. And now your 9s are starting to be like, okay, wait a minute. I need to probably bet now.
Yeah, Reet says, could you take your change back so I can bet now? Bet's 3K.
Yeah, a little over half pot. Of course, this is a dry side pot, so 3 coin here should have a pretty easy fold. He has no spade, ace high. Like, even if it's good against Reet somehow, he's got to beat David for the main pot. And David here is way behind, but he needs a queen or a spade to get bailed out. Gonna run it twice.
7 of hearts, no help. Queen or spade.
Reet.
8 of diamonds. That'll fill up for Reet, and his set of 9s will take it. On the top, fills up on the bottom. 9s are good. Scoop City for Reet.
Yeah, and tough spot there for David. Just an unfortunate run out. Gets the money in good, but can't fade the set of 9s. No improvement.
Yeah, with all that betting behind him, the 3-bet and the 4-bet, found a perfect spot to get it in there with queens. And 3 players, a little bit of dead money out there, and can't beat the 9s as the 9s flop to set. Such is poker.
Pull 50 out, and so you're in, but just pull it out. Here's your 50 back.
There you go, and just like that, it looks like we've made it to our second dealer change of the evening. It is Tuesday night in Big D. We got the big game tonight. It's like 10, 25, $50 straddles. Plenty of cheese in these stacks. And then we have plenty of fireworks here in the last hour and a half.
Thank you, brother. Let's go.
I think it's counting.
I'm looking forward to it.
Do not show your cards.
Brother, how much are you in for?
It's not show your cards, okay?
Thank you for saying that.
His 50, these are.
He's drunk and 50. This is us together.
Yeah, that's together.
These two?
Yeah,
Everybody's in.
everybody's in.
Everybody's in?
And we need 50 and 50 here. And we're doing what you wanted.
Here we go, David adds on 3,000. It looks like you can see that in the graphics there. And we are underway. Third dealer of the night. Buttons in the 9 seat.
I ordered it, but I painted the picture looked good.
That's 2K out.
I didn't even look at the name of the restaurant.
2K out.
Yeah, 2K.
In the box now, third and final dealer of the evening. That is Mr. Glenn. Rockstar Glenn himself, fantastic dealer. Occasionally you can find Glenn splashing around in some of these TCH Dallas tournaments. He's done some work to really improve his tournament game and has made some runs here in recent months. Some runs to be proud of. Gracing us with his presence tonight. Fantastic dealer. So they talked about doing something other than the ordinary flip, but it looks like what we've come up with here is a bomb pot of some sort. I think they each put in 50 bucks pre-flop, and now they're playing it out as a bomb pot, but I think they wanted to have some sort of cap on the bomb pot, so the bomb pot doesn't necessarily break the game when we're wanting to play hold'em. Hopefully the holdings will be crazy enough that we see exactly what the cap is. We have all hearts on the bottom board, so that'll be a flush for T1000 and for Reet. T1000 with the better of it. Ace 4-5 on the top. Brass Monkey flops the wheel. And just like that, we are heads up. The wheel versus a flush, so we're probably going to be pretty close to locked in here. Reet is locked in on the flush board. And Reet has a little bit of outs here. A 10 ball on the top will give Reet the scoop. So that's why we're not quite zeroed out on this equity just yet.
He shouldn't call. He just should put the number. No, he would just put 100. Yeah, basically. It takes away from the whole point. I agree. Do you mind if we round up?
It looks like Brass Monkey went all in. Reet just folded his queen high flush. Didn't want to mess with it. Brass Monkey will take down the $900 splash pot. I'm not sure. Bomb pots can get interesting, that's for sure. Reet with the second nut flush there on the bottom, doesn't want to mess with it. Gut shot on the other board. He actually had the only outs to scoop that pot.
Yeah, that's definitely a different flavor than the flip, right? The flip
is
just run it out and whoever wins, wins. But when you actually have to make decisions, things like having the second nuts in a 4-card game and your opponent potting it at you, like those are tough decisions. And
yeah.
You're like, and can I even improve on the other board? I have a gut shot. Okay, I guess I can, but like it's very unlikely. So do I just hold on with my second nuts and probably whiff, right? Like, very uncomfortable. And that is why bomb pots can be both very profitable and very unprofitable. You have to navigate them very, very cautiously.
Total chaos. When you're done dealing a bomb pot, there's only 3 cards left in the dealer's hand. So you can think of all the combinations that are out there. They're going to be out there because there's only 3 cards left.
That's 425.
And I didn't get to figure out what kind of cap they were doing there. They said they wanted to have some sort of cap so that the bomb pot didn't break the game, basically. And I couldn't tell exactly what was going on there, but...
Yeah, that is one way to kind of minimize the damage for a bomb pot, especially in a really deep stacked hold'em game. T1000 here turning a heart flush draw, but he is super toast.
And although it would be great to have a bomb pot where the game ended in a massive chaotic bomb pot, but we want to keep watching here for another hour and a half. So I'm glad they didn't do that.
That is correct. Jedi Master Ted got in there just a smidge before me. He's going to take the 98. Can I get something? Oh, I do win too. Okay, good. I needed that. All right. Bet a 600 here from T1000 with the king high. This is a value bet, but a very thin one. Basically just trying to earn a check back on the river, generally speaking. Reet gonna go for the call, and now probably the only chance he has of making any money is to check and call, but he's going to lead 300 into 3,600. The 1/12th pot donk lead.
The 0112 pot. Painful.
Yeah, and now T1000 in an awkward spot, right? Like, it's really hard to represent a hand that can safely raise for value because even an ace is sort of handcuffed here. It's sort of a brilliant play by Reet. I mean, he's going to get the raise.
And now he gets the bomb raise here.
Yeah. It's, yeah, it's sort of brilliant because it kind of, it toes that line between, like, an ace really doesn't want to raise because, like, I just reopen the pot for a jack to take all my chips. And then it's also, like, it's this tiny little bet, and my opponent, if they don't have a full house, just, like, has to raise me, and I can call. Yeah, really well played by Reet.
Hey, Randy, you got any more of those patches?
Yes, I do.
Very nicely done. I tell you, it seems like tonight, anytime someone does something a little bit creative to entice possibly raising, man, the people behind them have quickly obliged, and makes for a good stream when that's happening. So I appreciate it. When people have tried to entice the action behind them, it's been there.
Well, Randy has tried on a bunch of different hats, and now he's going with the no hat approach.
No hat. Could he be preparing for hat number 4?
Well, maybe the no hat is working because he's waking up with the ladies. Oh my God, he's calling again.
Ladies in the small blind.
And David's got ace king. He just reloaded for 3K.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Let's go.
What is this hand?
David's going to bump it up with his ace king, and he's going to get some company as John is in the straddle with red aces.
And John just did the double check grimace. Oh my goodness.
Discount.
I mean,
double
he
check.
knows that the jam here is going to look so strong, but like he doesn't have anything else.
And let's see here. John and 3Coin having about the same amount of chips in their stack. It's going to be fairly close there. AJ has pocket 9s. I mean, I'm sure at this point he's not real excited about those.
Yeah, he limped him under the gun with the expectation that he was going to get to, like, limp and then call raise or 3-bet or whatever and see a flop. But 3 coins all in, and now David. I mean, David, like, how do you fold ace-king here? You're probably up against, like, jacks and queens or whatever, but I don't know. John going all in is definitely the scariest part. And he's going to fold the ace-king correctly.
And now the hands are up. 3Coin shows the queens. John has showed his aces. So we're going to play it here for a hefty one.
Oh my goodness. There's a 9 for AJ as well.
And a king.
Oh,
and a queen. 3Coin finds a queen in the first board.
And it would have to be a savage river for John to get scooped, but
John will actually make a wheel on the second board.
Wow. That was one hell of a hand right there. And brand new dealer sits down and starts slinging fire.
Glenn is in the box, and he's bringing the heat.
God, that was insane. John there trying to just get half the pot back after the first run out against queens. Like, good Lord. Why do we play this game, man? It's so...
We love the pain.
Stressful.
Love it.
Give me some shit like Deuce 4, 3-5. Shit I know how to play.
He's like, stop giving me this ace-king crap. I just keep losing money with it. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, Dave's had a rough time with that ace-king over there, and that time just there was enough chaos they didn't even want to play with it, and rightfully so.
Oh, and now we're back to the 7 deuce. Brass monkey gonna wield it. Called by David. called by John. AJ can close the action with the 10-8. Oh, he will get in there as well. So Brass Monkey not quite getting the situation he wanted with the 7 deuce, but he does still have the betting lead. Comes 10 high.
Check, check, check around.
No sense continuing with the 7 deuce, says Brass Monkey, and I think that's wise, as this board is definitely going to interact with your opponent's calling range, whether they have a pair or not. It's going to be tough to get a bet through on the flop, so wisely checks it. Now to the turn, though. Check, check, and AJ bets. Brass Monkey is going to come in for the delayed raise. And he pretty much has to have, like, aces with the ace of hearts or, God, flopped top set. Doesn't even probably check back the turn, or the flop, because the board is very wet. I don't know. It's kind of hard to think of a hand combination that does this for value. So AJ makes the call correctly. He's like, wait a minute. What? That doesn't make any sense. And he'll check it over. Brass Monkey, one more chance to win this with 4,100 in the middle. And after AJ makes the call there, I suspect this is going to be a snapper offer.
Bet 2650.
Yeah, if you felt like you were ahead on the turn, what could possibly change here on the river?
All right, maybe not a snapper offer, but 2650.
And I feel like he kind of agrees that he thought he was ahead on the turn and he wants to go with it.
It's a pretty narrow range of hands that Brass Monkey's representing here.
Yeah, we saw him play kind of a similar line with the flush earlier that was a little bit unorthodox, but AJ's been really good about sniffing out some of these 7 deuce hands. See if he can find another one.
Yeah, maybe the one other hand between aces and the ace of hearts is 7-8 of hearts, right? And he blocks that with the 8 of hearts. I don't know. I mean, it's just, I'm just trying to find something. And if he can't have 7-8 of hearts for the straight, then he can really only have aces with the ace of hearts. And that's pretty hard to have.
Yeah, fascinating spot here for AJ. 2650 to call.
I mean, I guess the other options are ace 4 suited, right? Because Brass Monkey was the pre-flop aggressor, so he can have some ace 4 suited, of which there are 2 combinations. So there are a few value hands, but there's not very many of them. AJ here just running through it again and again in his head. I just think he's going to continue to settle on, what the fuck, this doesn't make sense. Stick it in there. You can almost just see the hamster on the wheel. Does make a call. There it is.
Nice hand.
And the hamster on the wheel did the work. He makes the call and takes down a nice pot there. 9,400 in that bad boy.
Yeah, well played there by AJ. And a nice attempt by Brass Monkey, but I think that he needed to just bet the flop. And when he gave up the flop, he just kind of needed to stick with that story. It just didn't work out for him. But, you know, well played hand there all around. I thought it was really fun. I mean, obviously, sort of put to a test there with a 10-8, right? I mean, good Lord. Your hand is pretty garbage as far as the nuts goes.
I actually didn't put you on a 2-7. I put you on like an ace, king with the ace of hearts.
Here we go.
Ace 4 was
Hat number 4 for 3-coin toboggan number 2. The over-under at 4.5 is right on the money. How does Vegas know?
So valuing too. The way he bet me, it was so valuing.
Very valuing. Beautiful amount.
Ace 5-4 monotone flop here, all spades. Reet with the only spade, and 3-coin here with 2 black cards, but they are the wrong shape.
That was a great.
No, I make some folds.
Yeah, that's a great call, AJ.
You and I played some big wild cards. Play heads up. With my stack.
The way he played.
So easy for Reet. Single bet takes it down on the flop.
Okay, when 3-coin had on his first toboggan, hat number 2 tonight, what did it say on it? Hotel something. We should remember. Somebody in the chat helps out. What did 3-coin's hat say when his first toboggan, it said hotel something?
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I can't remember the second word. It was a cool word. Still 180 viewers with us. TCH live channel on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, and that other one that's new. I forget what it is.
Too many people. Do you have any big chips? That's what I do not. That's what
Some fun suited holdings coming at us here at this hand. T1000 ready to get back in the action. He's been a little bit stagnant over there in the 8 seat lately.
Yeah, it seems like the big pots he's played have gone poorly, and the small ones are the ones he's gotten away with. Of course, the King High Hero call earlier, sort of the highlight hand of the night as far as just, you know, skill play, and not enough to get him out of the hole, but definitely gonna do his best. He's up against it here as AJ has just flopped the goods.
6, 7, 9. Is that a good flop for 10-8?
I want to say yes. Yes, I think it is.
Bingo, bango. Hit them all.
In fact, I think it's the best flop for that hand.
Best flop.
I'm just going to say.
Yes, we're getting some good guesses in from the chat. Hotel California from Sarah. That's a great guess, but it wasn't it. Logan went back and looked. He helped us out. Hotel Ziggy is what the first toboggan said, and that does ring the bell. I remember it now. Hotel Ziggy.
So AJ here going to go for it immediately. Raises up to 1,300 over T1000's bet of 400.
Gosh, such a fun flop here. Such a fun flop here for T1000, and now he's going to find himself in trouble again.
Yeah, doesn't want to release the equity just yet, but gets a good card as far as being able to fold here, as a lot of AJ's check raises on 9-7-6 Rainbow are going to involve an 8. So, yeah, I suspect AJ is going to bet, and T1000 will find a way out. There are definitely some hands like 5-4 and, you know, Jack-10 and stuff that can do it as well, but I just think they're sort of the overwhelming equity for check raises. Check raise bluffs are going to involve an 8. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but here we are, full Badoogie turn, and AJ checks. We get a check back, and now there is another 10. 2 pair for T1000, and still the same, straight to the 10 for AJ.
So both ends of that 8 open-ended draw have hit now. No help for T1000.
And yeah, now it's a little bit weird because
Dicey.
So T1000 now, he does beat 9-7, 9-6, and 6-7, which are the other check raises on the flop for value, right? So he loses to all of the bluffs that got in, or the stuff that just flopped the joint, like 10-8. But of course, you know, the 8-5 and the 10-8 are sort of blocked by his hand and the board. But it does seem a little bit awkward for AJ to bet 1,700 if he has something like 9-6, 9-7, 7-6, right? Like, would you really bet the river? And so you can see that JC really doesn't love it. He knows that he beats some stuff, but it just doesn't feel like he beats whatever AJ has very often. He doesn't have to be right very often for 1,700, but that's the problem, right? Yeah, he's going to call, but he's like, yeah, this is just one of those many times that I am wrong or lose, and just add another 1,700 to it. Well played by AJ, though, as well. I mean, we've had a couple of these hands go down where the focus has really been on the other player and how they've sort of reacted, but AJ here has been playing very well. He's been running fantastic, of course, but yeah, max value in several spots where he may not have otherwise gotten it, and just really, really sharp play here from AJ tonight in 5C.
Yeah, you can say that pretty much all night long for AJ, as he has been sharp on his game tonight. Gotta love the suited ace Dewey for Brass Monkey. He'll bump it up a bit. Three coin suited canooters of the same flavor.
Raise 750 total.
And we've been bragging on AJ. Now he's finding a spot to 3-bet with ace-9 off on the button. We'll see how this goes. And now we know how it's going to go as Venom waking up with a monster over there in the big blind kings.
Yeah, and Venom has been relatively quiet here as of late, sort of watching the other players at the table slug it out. And yeah, nice for him to wake up with a premium, of course. Unlikely for him to get much more than what's in the middle, if any at all, but AJ here has been putting on a clinic, and this is really just a little bit of Hollywood before he ditches this one. As you know, it's always good to do a little heat check from time to time, but yeah, this is not that time.
Yeah, I think the 3-bet there was the heat check, and then he just happened to run into something there in the blinds. A little bit of monsters in the hills there.
And I like that too, you know. I mean, a lot of times when you're running good, it kind of feels like you can do no wrong.
Sure.
But you still have to stay somewhat grounded, right? Like, yes, you're winning a lot, and yes, there's a very good chance that like your heater is just going to continue. But I much prefer to play it as 3-betting a little bit wider, doing, you know, sort of the ace-9 off there, and that's not even a bad play or something off the beaten path, right? I mean, it's a late position open, he's in the small blind with an ace, like, yeah, hell yeah, 3-bet him. But I like doing that sort of thing as opposed to what some people will do, which is like, oh, I'm on a heater, and that guy raised, and this guy 3-bet, and yeah, I'm gonna call with my 9 deuce suited because like I think I'm on a heater.
Because I'm invincible.
Yeah, like that's the sort of thing where you can pour some real cold water on your heater pretty fast. Even if you do manage to, you know, win a couple of those by making some sort of funky trips or flushes or whatever, you know, I just like to play the heater aggressively as opposed to this passive kind of let's just call a lot and see a bunch of flops of garbage.
We're gonna do the net game. We need to like do it now.
But to each their own, you know, everybody's got a different play style, and I encourage everyone to sort of embrace their own.
Yes.
You know.
If you would like to play Invincible, please do so.
Hell yeah. All right, Nick game going to come back on just in time for the 10 o'clock hour to come around in just a few moments. So I'm going to be hanging out with you here for a few more hands, and then I'm going to leave it in the capable hands of Mr. R.J. Dupree to bring it home for the remainder of the evening. But it's been a pleasure here, my friend, hanging out with you tonight.
Yes, say it ain't so. It's already that time. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you. Yeah, I've enjoyed hanging out with you tonight.
Absolutely. No Eric Van losing tonight, but you know what? The place didn't burn down. I thought we held it together pretty good.
Held it.
I had a fantastic time hanging out, chatting it up with you, my friend.
We held it together, barely. We miss you, Eric.
That we do. That we do. We'll get him in here next time for sure. Tony Ferguson.
Yep, Phony.
He just does not love it when the cards don't go in the
Phony
box.
has noticed that the cards are out of the box.
What do you think about this flop?
Is that a good flop for sixes? Pocket sixes on a 10-6-6 flop. Flopping quads for T1000, and he will lead out.
Yeah, 600 and a call.
Here we go.
Nine's not hating this board, but also picking up a gut shot on the turn. 43.75 in the middle, and T1000, he went for the small donk lead on the flop, and certainly going to have to size up now if he wants to get a lot of chips in the middle. Not going to go too big, but any size is too big for the nines. The nines fold to this bet.
Ooh.
Wow, AJ is zigging when he should zig, zagging when he should zag.
The man is on point.
Somehow. Just totally evades it. Just, the net game's on. This guy's donking into me from the small blind. Whatever, fold the nines.
That's part of running good too. Look at him over there, just sitting back in his chair, arms folded, having a good old time. No problem throwing that hand in the muck and dodging quads, baby.
It is good to be AJ, man. It is good to be AJ. Speaking of AJ.
In the defense for the dealer, I do not like where that box is. It is too low. I've dealt on this table a few times, and golly, that box is low. You feel like you have to, you feel like you have to put your burn cards over there by like the 2 seat to put your flop in the box, and it's definitely awkward, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, I think it's just it's a modest redesign, right? Just shift it up by like 3-4 inches.
Yep.
And I absolutely agree with you that that's where it should be.
Yeah, it would be perfect. 7.
And let's not forget too that like the scanners are in the table, and like the designer of the table and the designer of the felt, we're not necessarily on the exact same page.
Right.
So I don't know exactly how it works as far as like where the scanner box is in relation to that. I mean, maybe it is sort of like
at the top,
mostly under there or something. I don't know, but yeah. I know that like each of the little target spots are over the scanners, right? But
yes.
And you would presume that the box should be over the scanner. So maybe it is actually, maybe the designer of the table put it a little too close.
Yeah, like the scanners are actually close to the rack.
Yeah, maybe. But they still pick it up when he puts it up there, like on the line. I don't know. It is awkward. I understand the the sort of like the feng shui of it that Tony always gets like bent over, but it's just kind of funny to me. All right, we're chopping this pot, almost certainly, but someone could still barrel the other player out of it, I suppose.
10-9, 10-9. Hearts have gotten there.
Yeah, not on this river. That is going to be a value bet and a call.
I can't beat you.
Can't beat you, but I can tell you.
So who wins that?
Oh my gosh. We're going to have to go to Vegas for the rolling here. This 3-coin has put on 2 hats at the same time, one of which he's already wore earlier. The over of 4.5, I have no idea what to do with now.
They're getting bad.
It's still 4 total hats, 5 separate times, 2 at the same time. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it.
Well, you're going to have to figure it out because there are live bets. All right, brother, I'm going to leave this in your capable hands here for the remainder of the evening. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'll see you next week. Maybe Mr. Eric Van Loozen will be back. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe we'll run it back.
Yeah.
But it's been a pleasure, and I'll see y'all next time. Adios.
All right, good night, Aaron.
Peace out.
Yes, good night for Mr. Aaron McAvoy down there in Austin. And as we mentioned earlier, I'd like to remind the viewers again, in Austin, there's a $500 high hand on Thursdays and Fridays from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. every 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes, they're giving away $500 on high hands. And that's not during the middle of the week. This is on strong, busy days, Thursday and Friday from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. $500 high hands every 15 minutes. That is crazy. So get down there to the new TCH Social in Austin for that event Thursday, Friday nights, $500 high hands. Hit it. And let's see. This hand has ballooned up to a little more than 2,000 smackaroos in this pot pre-flop. Benham will get to close the action for $600. It's 400 more. We're going to the flop 4 ways. 4, 7, 8, 2 spades. Three's actually still leading the way here.
Already checked. Oh, sorry. Check. 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 Check around.
Deuce of diamonds. Benham's going to hit the deuce, but three's still leading the way, picking up a lot of equity now with just 1 card to go. Going to be hard to sniff it out here for AJ, but 3-coin going to go ahead and lead out here. He's got the nutter gutter. 500. AJ does muck his pocket threes. Benham not ready to go anywhere. He's got ace deuce with the deuce of clubs. A 4, pairing the board on the river. 4 of diamonds. If Benham thought his deuce was good on the turn, this is a pretty good river for him. 3-coin rips it. He's all in. For $43.90.
I was proud of it at one time. Double it up would help, though.
Wow. And now you can tell that Benham thought he was good on this turn. But now we have a bet of $4,390 on the river. See if we can hear Benham here. The pain and the seat squirmish.
You look good in that merchandise, by the way. I can't really lose in this hand. 3-coin win.
He definitely thought he was good on the turn and still thinks he might be, but could not pull the trigger with that bottom pair. And 3-coin gets the bluff dance through.
I knew he didn't have any. I had a pair. I had a small pair.
Just a deuce?
Woo!
You'd have called that have been the best call.
There's a look at the player stacks as we're
No, the king high was
coming down the stretch here, about an hour remaining.
that was the best call.
Brass Monkey leading the way in the penthouse over more than 20K. He's ahead. AJ up 10K. Doc Hollywood up 9,000. Benham up 4,000. 3 coin. It's been an up and down and up and down night for 3 coin. He's down 200 bucks.
Thank you.
David and T1000 down at the bottom. 12,000, 16,000. So we're looking at about half the field in the red, half the field in the green. Nobody just busting up the whole table tonight like we've seen a couple times. Reed's in the cutoff here with the suited king 9. He'll make it 150 to go. AJ in the straddle. 5-6 suited. Both players holding spades. And wah wah. Queen, queen, 10 to flop. AJ shows that he was looking for some spades, and Reed shows that he wishes they would have came. And with that pot, Reed shows his hand, gets rid of the nip button.
Whatever time you guys want. I'm scheduled to 11, but I think it's up to me. I think we started close to 6, so it should be 11. It's almost.
There you go. These guys talking a little bit, perhaps flirting with the idea of playing more after the stream ends. Sometimes they'll keep a good game rocking for several hours through the night. Sometimes when the stream ends, they're kind of done, ready to go to the house. So you never know with this game. It's kind of a fun spot for the guys. Players that make it out on Tuesday nights. Still 182 viewers here at TCH Live, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, along with a couple other platforms. Whatever platform you're on, make sure you're smashing like, clicking subscribe. We need those followers, those viewers, and those likers to keep the algorithms happy out there in the computer world so that everybody gets to see the awesomeness that's going on right here on TCH Live. Doc Hollywood is 3-bet from the straddle position with his ace-jack. It's 550. Looks like 3 callers here, and we are off to a flop. Queen, 6, 8, 2 spades. AJ landing top pair with his queen 9 on from the big blind.
Check. Bets all in.
And David finds a spot here to rip it as he's landed middle pair. He's all in for 815 bucks. AJ in the big blind with queen 9. 2 players behind him here.
Raise.
And he will raise it up. He's landed top pair. He's going to try to isolate this pot. 2,800 now if you want to stay in it. Doc Hollywood, the original 3-better pre-flop. A dance of frustration, and his hand is in the muck, and we are heads up. T1000 throws his 3s in. So David is all in here. About 3,800 in this pot. AJ trying to avoid a 10 or an 8. Bink, a 10. Oh, pardon me. AJ 2-paired the turn there, so he was safe. 6, 7, 8, 6. Okay. So AJ 2 pairs the top over the 2 pair of David, and then AJ's queen will hold on the bottom. Scoop City for AJ. Thought that 2 pair on top might have bailed David out, but to no avail as the AJ turned a better 2 pair. So the run good continues for AJ. Playing well, running well as well. Hardest part of AJ's night here is stacking up the chips. Finding some spots to isolate some pots. Couple of maneuvers here and there. He's played fantastic tonight. Now he's chipped up to about 34,000 or so. A hefty, hefty stack here at the big game in Big D. Brass Monkey just calling ace king suited. Seeing some folds behind him. AJ Deuce 3, the dirty diaper. It's in the muck. Doc Hollywood. He'll call with the suited 10-5.
Finally let me start selling 2 KT at a time. It was weird. We were only doing 1,000. 4 players so far.
Let's go, 4 players. Make it red. King 9-9. It is red. 2 diamonds.
Yeah, be careful with Dell. I got audited.
Yeah, I have 2 friends that got
audited by.
So Brass Monkey officially has landed ace king, but as he limped in this pot, so we have 4 limpers. T1000 over there in the 8 seat with the mystery hand. Brass Monkey bets 425.
They don't want to pay the convenience charge for the credit card, so we're allowing to sell us.
Mystery hand in the muck. The bet takes it down. There we go. Brass Monkey, the big winner tonight. He is definitely in the penthouse. More than 20,000 in the green. AJ up 12,000 and a half. 8.4 thousand for Doc Hollywood. Benham, he's up just over 4,000.
2 people in the world I don't fuck with. That's one of them. I'm not telling you the other one. It's Kaiser Soze.
3 coin, a wild, wild night. After all the dust settles, right now he's down 200 bucks. T1000, David down there, the big stucks of the evening. It's still a lot of chips for those guys, so they'll be able to get out of it here if they can get into something. This time Brass Monkey finds a raise in early position. He has pocket 7s.
John, you think this will catch on? Or somebody already done it? I'll be last.
Benham holding the full tilt nuts, king, queen suited. He'll 3-bet for 550. Brass Monkey makes the call. We're isolated. It's heads up. 7s versus king, queen suited. Deuce 3, 4, 2 diamonds. Benham continues here. 600 into 1,100 or so. Brass Monkey with the call. 7's the overpair. Benham the 3-better pre-flop. Now he can represent an ace as the 5 hits the turn. Deuce 3, 4, 5 on the board. Benham bets 900. Monkey with the call. 10 of hearts, the river. Call on the turn, putting Benham in an interesting spot here. He 3-bet pre. Bet the flop, bet the turn. Benham knew it was a medium pair. He feels like I couldn't pull the trigger on the what would have been the fourth barrel if you count the pre-flop. Yeah, it might have worked there on the turn if the sevens didn't have the old gut shot there. Brass Monkey holding 8 or 9s there, and he may take the train. I don't know. That gut shot helping out a little bit with his equity. He makes the call and finds himself in a showdown. Pocket sevens is a winner.
Raise to 150.
At the end of the road, that's actually what makes all the money.
Yeah. Sure, it's a good game tonight.
Folds. Whenever get
Where's
any
it
kind of like.
The board has been shown.
Raise to 600.
Reed raises it up in early position with King 10. Benham will 3-bet again from the blinds. This time he's got Ace Jack. He's in the small blind. And this time he takes it down. Able to show Ace Jack, get rid of the nip button. And he wins the button.
KK a while ago.
There's 10 hours for buy 9, get 1 free.
It's like 99 and you get 1 free. Or I think now it's like 113.
Mallory was asking.
I think now it's like 113. I forgot to say it went up to like 113. You're 50.
About 3 hours into tonight's stream, hand number 87. Great game tonight. We got some great chip stacks, some fascinating hands. The cards, I tell you, the cards have been a little bit on their best behavior. We haven't seen the cards bring the heat as far as nasty suckouts, turns, and rivers, but the play has been excellent.
They've all had their turns. Mine.
We have definitely found a way to get some pots going. No problem with this crew.
Check, check, check. Check out. Check, check. $300. Fold. Fold. Fold.
What's up, brother? What's up, man?
Three players to the turn.
3 players to the turn here. 4 of clubs.
Check, check. Check.
Reed still with the best of it, holding ace 9.
Check, check. Winner, please.
River pairs the board. We will go to showdown. Just a bit of a skinny rabbit there, 1,250 in that pot. Reed will be happy to take it down.
We did one small blind in.
I've heard it, but my and it's you can walk to the winner because it's got bridge right there. So that's why I like it. And you can, I like to play in that also like that. But then I like to play.
Straddle, Randy.
I've never played the win organization.
Randy, it's your straddle.
Thank you.
Here we go, off to hand number 88.
Behind the strip. One block off. I get a red car.
Doc Hollywood in the hijack, 8-9 off. He will raise it up. Benham,
600 square foot room.
pocket 10s in the cutoff.
Raise to 650.
Oh, they give you too much? Yeah. It's just so cheap there for me, and I don't gamble anything.
All right, Doc Hollywood raised it up to 275. Benham with the 10s will 3-bet to 650.
Oh, wow.
Hollywood makes the call, heads up to the flop. 5, 8, 4. 2 hearts. Perfect flop here for Benham. Doc Hollywood lands top pair with his 8-9. Benham's 10s.
Yeah, I bet with the hottest hand.
Benham and his 10s was loving this 8-high flop, but Doc Hollywood leads out strong, 1250 into this pot.
When I learned to play, it was over 3-4. The horse.
Benham makes the call.
I was in the minority. So as you go against one of those older ladies,
6 of spades. Picking up outs, Doc Hollywood is.
when you win, oh, you.
It's like going past like fucking crap.
He can now win with a 8, a 9, or a 7.
I'm addicted to
And this cool technology we have, a 9-outer, but you can see that technically there's only 6 outs left, and bink, he finds one, the 9 of clubs on the river. This will give Doc Holliday 2 pair. And Benham is squirming in his chair now as Hollywood bets 3,400. Benham makes the call with a grimace on his face. He hates it. And indeed, Doc Hollywood, river 2 pair. Nasty.
Appreciate you very much, bro.
The 8-high flop prevails for Doc Hollywood. He needs some help, and he found it. 9 of clubs on the river, and that will bust up Benham's 10s. Nice pot for Hollywood. And he's now up 13.4K on the night. 20,000 in his stack. Brass Monkey over there with a stack of 27,000. T1000 in the 8 seat. He's still got about 24K in his stack. AJ sitting with a fat stack there in the 5 seat.
You won the 10, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Here we go, T1000, smart enough to ask where are those nip buttons. We mentioned that earlier, that it never hurts to know where those nip buttons are. The ranges definitely change a bit when the nip buttons are out. Check, check, deuce to flop. You know, now is usually the time where I come in late, hang out with Eric Van Loozen, and we ask the chat folks, where are you guys from? So we could still do that here tonight. This is Texas Card House Dallas. You guys are watching TCH Live. I'm in the booth here, RJ Dupree. Earlier we had the original Mr. Aaron McAvoy checking in with us from Austin. I am here in the booth in Dallas. Hand number, I can't see, 85. Hand number 85. Benham will add on about 10,000. He's going to try to finish strong here. So we've got a little more than 30 minutes remaining in this stream. And that's it. Still 177 viewers out there watching us on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. Be sure and check in. Let us know where you're calling from or hitting from or watching from. I guess that's what we do on these things. We watch the stream. So it's always fun to see where you guys are checking in from. We've got some over the pond. Miss Sarah Groddick checking in from Sarasota, Florida. She's in the chat. Thank you for joining us all night.
Did he tilt that night? Yeah, I heard about this. And he doesn't tilt that. He does not tilt that often either.
Got about 475 in this pot. A little bit of a skinny rabbit here. Is there some of the pre-flop action slowing down just a bit here. They talked about getting the game going even after the stream, but they are starting to slow down a bit. So we'll see here what kind of action they can bring us here for the last 30 minutes, but the stacks are still plenty juicy. Here's the percentages of our PFR pre-flop raises. Reet and T1000 leading the way.
I heard he ran really good.
I mean, he ran good all night.
Really, our percentages aren't all that high today, but the game has still been good. Lots of, plenty of post-flop action to create some massive pots. We had 2 pots over 20,000 that I know of.
I'm taking a long ass break. It started at the World Series of Poker. What?
150.
Benham out there in early position. He has ace king, makes it 150 to go. AJ in the straddle. He'll defend with king deuce.
Just walking around.
Flop king deuce 5. That's a pretty good flop for defending with king deuce. Benham. Ace king lands, but it's in bad shape here.
1 day or 2 day deal. And the girl
Just a small bet, 75 bucks.
She knocked me out, and I was big stack at that table.
AJ will elect to lead out here now on the turn.
To the final table. She's from Canada. She's very good. That's fun.
Puts Benham in a bit of a pause here as to why is my opponent leading into me here.
I mean, I go out there every year, but I used to go for 2 or 3 weeks. But after a while, man, you can't do it anymore.
No. The cash things are crazy.
Benham feeling a little bit stuck over there.
4.5 days, and I gotta.
And has ace king, and a king has landed, and he's going to raise it up here on the turn. 750 now.
1-2 buy-ins basically in the cash game. And then, man, you go into the main like,
AJ makes the call.
There's no way I can sit hours to get
Queen of spades on the river. A lot of 2-pair holdings could have hit here for Benham, but he is actually holding the one big ace king that did not connect 2-pair. AJ checks.
And I didn't get the money.
Benham bets 20. Let's see what I can't see. 1100 is the bet from Benham. AJ makes the call. King deuce 2-pair going to go to showdown. King deuce better than ace king. Ugh. No avail for Benham. He's kind of had some rough beats here, a couple of rough showdowns. And the run good continues for AJ. He is putting it on him. Absolutely putting on a clinic. Flopping top 2. The hardest part of that hand is stacking the chips.
If I was a sick, you played that so well.
not no well enough in that league.
Yeah, that's AJ. I would have folded. I would have folded the way you played that. Straddle place. I'm trying to think. 2-pair set. I put you on a set easily. You turn 7 deuce over. I'm like, what in the world?
Well, Glenn, the good news is you're not getting me any kind of trouble.
Quick little shout out to our folks down south, Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, Deep Stack Saturdays. 3,000 guaranteed, 1K to first place. That is guaranteed, 50K starting stack. This is a $150 buy-in for our friends down at RGV down in South Texas. So go out, Deep Stack Saturdays. Go out and get your poker on down in Rio Grande Valley.
400.
Got us a hand here as 3 coins in the cutoff with pocket 10s. He 3-bets to 400. We now have a 4-bet from Doc Hollywood. He's in the straddle. He's got ace jack suited. All right, cold 4-bet from, oh my goodness. A 4-bet from the big blind with ace jack of spades. He's flopped a flush. 3-coin lands top set. There will be carnage.
300.
Doc Hollywood wasting no time. He will lead out. A small bet of 300.
Hot bet. How much you know? Hot.
3,500.
Now 3-coin is betting
9 and 26 is 35.
pot of some sort, which isn't always a legal bet in Hold'em games, but we're on stream, so that may be one of those rules that gets stretched just a bit. So they're going to figure out a number. 3 coins bet. He's raised to 3,000.
Right. That's why I looked at y'all like, whatever y'all want, right?
As you can see, that put our dealer Glenn in an awkward spot. And the table is fine with it. Bet of 3,000 will stand, it looks like. AJ going to put on a little bit of a show here. Doc Hollywood flopping the nuts. Second nuts, essentially, as there is a straight flush possibility out there. Whew. Straight train wreck here. Doc Hollywood flops ace high flush. Top set. Top set needing to pair the board. 8 of clubs on the turn. Not pairing the board. All in with a call. So Hollywood checks the turn. 3 coin goes all in for 38.50, and Doc Hollywood snap calls. 3 coin at risk, needing to pair the board.
Whatever you want.
He's asking you once or twice.
In LA, I only go once, but I'll let you pick here.
We're both from LA, so let's go once.
I got it, Doc.
One time.
Good luck
Just
to
because
you.
we're from LA.
One time, Max Payne, real poker. 6, 7, 10, or 8 for 3 coin. No avail. It's a deuce of spades. And Hollywood, Doc Hollywood will flop the flush.
Guys, I'm gonna call it a night.
And take it down.
Randy.
And that'll do it for Randy 3 coin.
No, you don't.
He will call it a night here, down the stretch.
Don't give them win. Take their money.
Bring the money here.
Yeah, take and bring it back.
Give it to me on this.
Randy, we love seeing you. It's great seeing you do awesome things out there throughout the world. Our West Coast legend, Mr. 3 Coin.
You got the shirt.
I got the shirt.
Great to see him back home, making an appearance here at Texas Card House, Dallas.
20,000 so far.
We love you, we miss you, and we look forward to seeing you next time already.
No,
It's very rare.
it's a hot stop.
No, it's a hot stop.
Nice to meet you.
Same here. I felt like we already knew each other, seriously.
We'll play again soon.
I know, I look forward to it.
I'd have turned the set.
Double straddles on.
I had fucking 8 with the 8 spades.
And just like that, seat 2 is open. Another big pot there for Doc Hollywood. He's had a pretty strong comeback and well in the green now. He is definitely healthy over there in the 6th seat.
Race to 300.
Our big winners now, 5 seat, 6 seat, and the 9 seat. All trying to find spots for those big chip stacks.
Race to 800.
You see that yellow gold disc sitting in front of Doc Hollywood. That's a $5,000 chip. I haven't seen very many of those tonight, if any, so there is at least one in play. There's a good look at it from the top.
Oh, dude, I like it. Thank you.
Ace, 10, 7, 2 diamonds.
I will. I sure will. That's what you got it. It's been the biggest show we've had.
I mean, it's
the branding of it. Yeah.
It looks like one of the more. It looks like more like modern things, like a kid world.
Ace, deuce for Benham. He lands that ace. AJ, queen 7. He's landed bottom pair and runner flush potential. Doesn't want to mess with it. He'll lay it down. Benham takes it. A little bit of cheese in that pot. He will profit $9.25. And there's another 5K chip there being broken down. That went to the stack of Brass Monkey, as it wasn't Benham's stack. So a couple of 5K chips out there now. If you see those go into play, those are
You're keeping me safe.
the bigger discs with the yellow edges, white and black chip on the inside.
Fold 300 here.
There's a good look at one right there in front of Doc Hollywood, in front of his green chips there. The purple ones are 500s. The big white discs are 1,000, and that big yellow disc, 5,000.
Thank you to see everyone. Good night. Big good to see y'all.
Always a pleasure, Randy.
Y'all send me some love for Thursday night now.
Have fun out there.
I'm going to. I want to make Texas proud of somebody down here. All right, thank you. Always enjoy playing with you. Hey, goodbye, Laying next game.
All right, there's a look at those player stacks. AJ, Hollywood, and Brass Monkey in the green.
Right on. Thank you. I'm going to.
Bring all that.
Randy, I'll leave the tiller John.
Still got some massive stacks out there, so we could definitely still see some fireworks. If these guys hook it up, these cards run into some carnage. A lot of money in these stacks right now. It's always kind of fun to see them at the end of the stream, although they're trying to slow down a little bit and perhaps lock up some chips. You never know. When the cards want to get fired up and create some chaos, they will. And T1000 here, he's been stuck and on the grind for most of the evening, so you know he's going to be trying to create some action here as we're down the stretch.
Check around. Check. Check. 200 for that.
T1000, props to him as he got stuck early. Was able to add on and really get on the difficult grind tonight, as the cards and the holdings really haven't cooperated a whole lot with him. He hasn't found a lot of spots to get in there and find some massive profits, but he has grinded back a bit. And kudos to him for that, as we all know that sometimes those grinding back a bit nights are the ones that save us in the long run, right? Looks like David has lost the nip button game, so he will pay the 400 here, splash the pot. We will splash the pot, $400 in the next two hands. See that? 400 in the middle there, 4 black chips. Just a splash pot, not a bomb pot. David has ripped it, by the way. He's got 1690 in his stack, and he wants it all in there. King 10 in early position, Rip City, 1690.
975.
Ah.
975. Falls 975. Fold.
Doc Hollywood is the one with that suited ace-10, as our graphics play a little bit of musical chair with us. But Doc Hollywood will make the call with the suited ace-10. The 7s actually got in the muck.
2 times. Get a pair?
And they say run it twice. David gonna need a king. Okay, ace-10 will hold for Doc Hollywood on the top board. David in a dominated position, finds a king on the second board. It's never easy, as both players are open-ended. King will get the second board. We've seen a lot of chops on the running it twice today. No matter how dominated the holdings are, they are finding a way to squirm out of there.
Thank you very much.
Pardon me. I guess the jack. I missed a. I think I missed a gut shot there. Yes. So I believe Doc Hollywood made a straight on the bottom board that I had missed. How rude. I hate missing those. Yeah, Andrew mentioning in the chat now that King 10 did not chop. Yeah, Ace 10 made Broadway. So yeah, I assume that King, queen flop, and then a jack there on the river of some sort. Ace 10 made Broadway. Thank you, Andrew, for helping me out there in the chat. I'm slacking on you. I apologize.
Besides the ace king, that's the best fucking card. And then you re-raise
I got to
your
put
ace
$5 in the kitty. $5 in the kitty when I miss it like that. We got a whole bunch of people seeing this flop. Queen 9-5, 2 diamonds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are 5 ways to this flop. AJ. Smashing flops as he's been doing all night. He lands top 2. T1000 going to be open-ended here. Benham's going to flop the nut flush draw. We could see some action here in this hand alone. All right, so top 2. AJ, he's bet out 650. Benham makes the call. He's got the nut flush draw. T1000 makes the call. He's open-ended. Brass Monkey hanging around as he has a king high flush draw and a gut shot and a jack of diamonds. Bink on the turn. That is nut city for Benham. And bad news for Brass Monkey as he now holds the second nut flush. Benham going to go after this pot. Going to put some cheese in there. Making the nut flush on the turn. He's bet 2,000 into a pot of 3,500. Brass Monkey here now with a decision. Second nut flush. And that yellow disc is in play now. That is a $5,000 chip. He has raised it up. That's now a bet of 6,500 coming in from Brass Monkey. And he is holding the second nuts. Benham with the nuts. And Benham has ripped it. He's all in, wasting no time. He's got about nearly 10,000, I think, over there in that stack. He's got, 95 is Benham's stack. Brass Monkey does have one out. Queen of Diamonds.
He said he's gone. No. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I had a queen club. Yeah, I had 2 pair. I folded 2 times. 2 times.
Burn is out.
They're going to run it twice. Burn is down. Deuce of hearts. 8 of hearts. So it's a clean run out here for Benham. His nut flush will beat the king high flush of Brass Monkey. And this pot has ballooned all the way up to nearly 23,000. Just like that. Benham back on the happy side of things here tonight. And bingo, bango, just like that. There's our player stacks. Benham, you can see what this is going to do for him. He will be in the green. 7.6 thousand now in the profit. And Brass Monkey a ton over there in the 9 seat. It will hurt his stack, but definitely not crippling as he is still up nearly $12,000.
Appreciate you very much, brother.
Did I mention we are not done yet? We are not going anywhere. Still, in the last 20 minutes of the stream, we've got a $22,000 pot. We do not mess around here in the big game on Tuesday nights in Big D.
You guys are not getting the river though if that diamond didn't
raise to 200.
I don't think anybody.
What if the jacket
I was gonna see the river because I thought my ace was with
What do you have, straight?
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah. No, I mean,
He might
reevaluate.
because he has a straight draw.
Just me and you?
Yeah.
Well, damn, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna let you have this one.
There you go, and a little raise there from Reet in a small blind. He will take this pot down. Quick reminder there as we're shuffling up, getting ready for our next hand. Coming up, starting tomorrow, the even bigger one, Texas Card House Dallas. It's the monthly tournament that is a $250,000 guarantee for only a $300 buy-in. Flights start tomorrow, Wednesday, September 25th. They will run Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with day 2 on Sunday. The final table running Monday at 7 p.m. This, the even bigger one, the best monthly tournament in all of Texas and all the land. Come see us, Texas Card House, Dallas.
No, I had the king high flush. I folded one of them guys that calls 150. Fold. The cat is, it's like bridge mic.
And as we get back to action, we have a raise from T1000. He's holding aces. In early position, he will get a caller from ace 10. Ace 10 of hearts. We find a flop. 5, 6, 8, 2 diamonds.
That's 125.
But I wasn't gonna shove. No, I know.
T1000 checks his aces. Gets a bet from Reet. He bets 125.
Yeah, as I said, I might do this. I might do this.
Just a call from T1000.
When I call, if I just flat it, on the river you're gonna jam.
He just jams, and you call.
King of hearts on the turn. Aces can only hope that his opponent's holding a king here. Turn goes check, check. Ace of clubs on the river. Top set for T1000. So T1000 with the ace on the river, holding top set, trying to get paid. He will throw out a bet of 350, and Reet makes the call. Top set good. Case ace on the river. Nice pot there for T1000. Not a big fat rabbit, but he will take it as he has been on the climb, on the rebuild after getting stuck early. He's done a nice job tonight.
I don't think I put all of this ace and R's.
Thank you very much. Double straddles. Race to 300. Pulse 3.
If he bets 3,500.
And we are not done gambling yet. Oh no, folks. We still have the 7 deuce game in effect. Now Reet here has raised it up from the cutoff with queen jack. AJ in the small blind with 7 deuce. El Martillo, the hammer in play tonight. He is 3-bet 1250. 1250 to go now, and that will take it down. Shows the 7 deuce, collects 50 bucks from each player. Hardest part of the night for AJ, stacking the chips once again.
Thanks, AJ.
Clear that good hands do not win, so I have to play hands like these.
Yeah. Raise to 150, full.
All right, Reet's in the hijack this time. He's got a pair of 10s. He will make it 150 to go. Fairly standard of his action tonight. A lot of 3x opens when he does get to open. AJ makes a call. He's on the button with 9-5 spades. A couple other tourists. And we're off to the flop 4 ways. Ace, king, jack. Benham actually lands the best of it here. He's holding king 10.
250.
He will make a bet here on the turn. Folds around, takes it down. Here we go. We're about 97 hands into this bad boy tonight.
Raise to 150.
Still got 10 or 15 minutes. Whenever these guys decide to wrap it up, we'll be here checking it out. Reed's going to raise this one up, ace-7 in the low jack.
Heads up to the flop.
Brass Monkey will defend the straddle with king-8. 7, deuce, 10.
100 to bet. Fold.
Middle pair for Reed. He will easily be able to continue and take it down.
We have 2 more hands, a flip, and then we're done.
There we go. Hear the announcement from the dealer. Fantastic dealer Glenn. He's mentioned that we have 2 more hands, and we'll do a flip, and we will be out of here for tonight. Still 182 viewers. Thank you guys, each and every one of you. Y'all the real MVPs out there. YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and that other one that I never can remember the name. Doggone it. I'm going to have to do my homework. Thank you guys. Make sure you're clicking like and subscribe. If you like what you've seen tonight, you don't want to miss anything else TCH Live is sharing with you. We have a 3-bet here from Reed. He's got ace-queen. It's a premium.
Heads up to the flop.
Benham will call. Heads up to the flop. Ace-queen, 8. Top twosies for Reed. Gut shot for Benham.
400 to bet.
Two bottles of water, please.
Fold.
Reed bets 400 into a pot of about 1,000. Benham calls, comes along. Ace on the turn. Big turn for Reed as he now holds the nut full house. 8 of spades on the river. See what Reed decides to do with the nuts here. He will lead out 200. The microscopic, brilliant bet. See what his opponent does. Benham wants none of it. He will fold for 200. $1,800 pot, 200 bucks. Fold. Get me the heck out of here. Nice hand.
So 1 more hand and then splash.
Say it ain't so.
1 more hand and then flip. Yes. Yeah. Last hand.
Triple straddle, quadruple straddle. I'm sure he'll do it. You know? 8.
Straddle, double straddle, triple straddle.
And what is going on over here? Let's see here. Let's see. We got the straddle and the super straddle and the super straddle, it looks like. Benham's making it 400 to go. So we have super straddled this bad boy up. I don't even know how many people straddled here. Where's the button? All that. I believe the button's in the 8 seat. Small, big, straddle, straddle, straddle. There we go. That is correct. So, Doc Hollywood. He's got 200 out there. Benham straddled for another 200. So, Hollywood doesn't even want to mess with it. And Benham has pocket 10, so he's bluffing with the best hand there. Didn't even look at it. Super straddles the winner. Takes down all that dead money. He'll be happy to do that. And just like that, we are headed to the flip. They want to do a flip for 400 smackaroos. So there'll be some Kool-Aid in this pot. Before you leave, don't forget the new tournament series coming at you from Texas Card House. Texas Card House presents this new tournament series. It's the Trailblazer. The Trailblazer Poker Tour coming to Austin first with $2 million guarantees. Hit that QR code right there. The schedule is up, coming at you October 16th through the 28th in Austin, Texas. It's the Trailblazer Poker Center Series from Texas Card House.
Usually if you get a better place
Oh, that quick thing right there. The bigger, even bigger one, Texas Card House Dallas, a $300 buy-in monthly tournament. It's starting tomorrow here at Texas Card House Dallas. It looks like the table is ready for their flip. 400, 400, 400. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we got $400, 6 ways, about 2,400 out there in the middle. Let's do a 4-card flip.
Take me, please. I want this one.
Don't forget the even bigger one starts tomorrow here at Texas Card House Dallas. Trailblazer coming at you in the middle of October in Austin, and that series will be at all the TCH locations very, very soon. The inaugural event, of course, first at Austin. Looks like we've got some clubs out there for this $2,400 flip.
Sorry about the Reds.
Surely somebody got a flush. I see one over there. Looks like coming in from Hollywood or Benham. Somebody's got the King 10 of clubs, and it looks like that's going to take this pot down. And somehow the pot goes the other way. So I don't know who the heck had that King of clubs and the 10 of clubs, but somebody won it, by golly. There's a winner out there somewhere. And that'll do it for tonight's stream. Texas Card House Dallas. Thank you, folks, for checking in with us. Still 81 viewers right now. And we appreciate each and every one of you. I am RJ Dupree. This is Texas Card House Dallas. We are out of here.